This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And good afternoon, everybody watching here on the European Cricket Network, and welcome to the Estadio Municipal de Miranda da Covo in Portugal. This is the European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal, and I am Phil G. Phil Gow was also known as, and this is night 13. Matches 25 and 26 coming your way very soon. Well, match 25 is coming very soon. Match 26 will follow that. That's how maths work. That's how numbers work. Tonight, we have got the Rangers returning, and they're going to take on the Porto Wanderers, and it's our first look at the Porto Wanderers here in Group B. But why don't we get over and see what happened at the toss?
Tails is the call. And it is. Rangers won the toss and elected to bat first.
Fantastic. Confirmed there. Rangers win the toss, and they're going to have a bat first. So, Rangers. We saw the Rangers here a couple of nights ago, and that looks like a very similar side to who they brought a couple of nights ago. Mohamed Asaduzzaman at the top there, batting very well that night. Did a lot of good work for his team. Almost got them over the line. And if you have a look there, who else we've got that team? Oh, okay, so Shadad Hossain bowled very well. And who else is in there? Oh, Ramath Ali is in the side as well. Good. And the Porto Wanderers, a few people to look for there. Obviously, the skipper, lead by example, Premal, he's also a backup keeper for Sabah Pathi, and Umar Gill as well in the bowling. And, of course, big batting lineup there. Junaid, John, and Harry with the bowling as well. I think it's going to be a pretty even game. I'm not sure what Robot thinks of the chances. Oi, I almost got that right. Well done, Phil. Rangers, 44% chance according to Robot, and 46% chance the Porto Wanderers to take the points here tonight in this match 25. Sounds like it's going to be a close one. Up-and-coming events. Well, it's a fair bit going on. Next week, tomorrow, England ECS kicks off. That's going to be magic. 1 week of English ECS, first time ever. Currently in Netherlands, there's the final action between Voorburg and HBS Cranes out there. The final's being rained out, unfortunately. But we've got more cricket. Cyprus ECS, Czechia ECS, Romania and Hungary to follow in July. This summer is going to be huge for European cricket, and we're going to bring it all to you live, and it's going to be fantastic. Speaking of the English ECS kicking off tomorrow, we're starting with 5 games tomorrow, starting at 8:45 GMT. Check out the local times in your area so you can tune in for that. Starting with Spencer versus Tunbridge Wells. They've got a double header because they then face Twickenham. Spencer and Wimbledon, Wimbledon and Twickenham, and then Spencer and Twickenham. That is going to be a lot of fun. It's only 5 days long. Make sure you tune into that. I think it's going to be a fantastic ECS. Only a week, only 5 days long. Make sure you tune in. I'm saying it again because it's really important. I think it's going to be fantastic. I'm definitely tuning in. So, umpires are out now, and I can see that the Porto Wanderers are out. The batsmen from the Rangers are making their way out as well. And that says to me, we're going to be starting in a couple of minutes. We're going to be starting in less than a couple of minutes. I reckon we're going to start in about 1 minute. So, welcome to everybody in the chat. Welcome to you all. Lovely to have you with us here on the European Cricket Network. Players are just getting settled now, and we will start very, very soon. Looks like it's John Zinkas has the ball. He will open the bowling for the Wanderers. And in the batting out there, just trying to get an eye on who that is. Okay, so at this end, Tahir Ahmed is on the non-striker's end. And at the striker's end, I think that might be... Is that Mohamed Asaduzzaman? I'll wait till he turns his number around and let me know. Anyway, this is going to be a cracking game. As you saw before, the chances, according to Robot, look pretty even. So this is going to be an enjoyable game coming up. T10 action. Don't forget, there's a game straight after this as well. 2 matches tonight. The second match, obviously, under lights when the sun goes down below the horizon. But for now, it's a lovely afternoon, about 23 degrees. Bit of a breeze coming across the ground, keeping it cool for the players. And it's wonderful conditions. And we are set to go. I just played out to square leg. Feels when looking for this way and that way behind the square leg umpire. And it's a pretty solid start. So the Rangers, hopefully they've recovered from their 2 losses they had a couple of nights ago against the Coimbra Knights. The first game, just so close to a win. It was down to the last ball. And unfortunately, it went the way of the Coimbra Knights. Lovely delivery. As the batsman playing in the channel. Very good delivery. That is indeed Mohamed Asaduzzaman, who batted very well on against the Coimbra Knights in the first game. Picked himself up a pretty handy score, got them up to around about the 125 mark. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite defend it. And that's a big smack over cow. 1 bounce and 4 runs. So that's how we start the scoring. And Mohamed is off the mark. Yeah, the Rangers, they were really unlucky. They won the toss that night. That was match 21. Made 125, and they lost it on the last ball, unfortunately. 1 run was needed on the last ball, and it was hit for 4, but it was almost caught on the boundary line, and it was unfortunate that it spilled over. Similar sort of shot, doesn't really get it, and it goes straight to the player at mid-wicket, and that is a big, big wicket for the Porto Wanderers. Very happy about that, to see the back of Asaduzzaman, because when he gets going, as he did the other night, look out. Oh, sorry, it's not Asaduzzaman, is it? That's Tahir. My apologies. They had already scampered through for that first single. Apologies, people. That is Tahir Ahmed, who is out. Very similar statures. Well, still, it's a good result for the Porto Wanderers. So, John Zinker strikes in the first over with his 4th ball. It's 5 for 1, and Rangers immediately on the back foot with Tahir Ahmed back in the pavilion. And Mohamed Asaduzzaman, the more senior of the 2 players out there right now, is just giving a few words to Rahman. Maybe just a few words of encouragement. Just maybe asking him just to settle. Let's get into this. Not sure what he said. We'll find out soon. Let's see what the batsman does. That'll tell us what the word was. If it's a big swipe outside the line and off stump, then you know the words were get on with it. Find out in just a moment. Zinkas with his back up here with a wicket. It's nice and full. Good delivery. And the batsman again fishing outside in that line. There's some protection at a deep cover, so if they can get a cover drive going through the infield, there is some protection there. He's very square though. Just plays it down backward a point. Fieldsman comes in, just a single. Goes just over the wicketkeeper, but the return throw. But good work all around. That will finish the first over. Score is 6 for 1. First over done in the can, and Zinkas has struck, getting rid of the opener, Tahir Ahmed, who only bothered the bowler with a 4, and then he went the next ball. So Rangers looking to bounce back here, I think. Rangers definitely looking to bounce back from those 2 losses the other night. I think they were quite shocked by the first loss. Absolutely gutted they were. Coimbra Knights couldn't believe their luck, because they did chance their luck a little bit. Okay. New bowler in is Junaid Bashir. Junaid Bashir is bowling quite well there. Gets it right in the mark, and it's just pushed out just into the covers. In again. It's fuller. It's edge. It's going to go over the third man who was inside the circle, and it's going to run away for 4. Streaky, bit of luck. Rangers riding their luck there. And the third man was up inside the circle, had no chance at all of getting back to that one. Just flew away there. Yeah, lovely sunny conditions here. Apparently it was storming and raining in Lisbon last night, but Lisbon is about 250 kilometres down the road, and we were fine up here. Oh, lovely shot. Rocks back, bang, 4. Lovely cut shot. And good work from the ball boy out there. Don't give enough praise to the fellas out here who are collecting the cricket balls. I'll make sure I note that in my commentary. So a bit of a change to the field. It's quite packed now. For that shot again. Ooh, bit wide. Maybe tempting the batsman again. Yeah, the field's a bit wide now. That third man has moved around at about a 45. There is a point. There's a backward point, and there's a cover. That's all on the offside, and they're all inside the circle except for the third man who's on the boundary. And that doesn't matter because that's gone up and over. Big hit over the stand. It hits the wire fence. I can just see the ball there bobbling about. Lovely strike, though. Wow, bang. So, whatever Asaduzzaman in the last over whispered to Rahman when he came out to bat, it's worked because Rahman's getting on with the job. Ubaidor Rahman, he's on 15 from 6 and not hanging about. Some good lusty hitting here in the power play. 21 for 1. We're still in the second. Couple more balls to come. Bowler under a bit of pressure here now. He's gone for 15. Oh, well, there you go. That's how the bowler responds. And the batsman is absolutely gutted for going out in such a meek fashion. And it really was. He's played it with soft hands just to guide it into a field which is actually quite packed. Maybe trying to run it fine because, as I said, the third man had moved it to a 45. So from that 45 all the way around the back of the field, there is no protection whatsoever. And he's come a cropper. He's come undone. That's the second one down. 21 for 2. One more ball to come in the second over. And Rahman entertained us with some good hitting, some good fours. But unfortunately, his game is over in terms of his batting. We won't see him again until they come out to bat in about an hour's time. Don't come out to field in an hour's time. So both bowlers for the Porto Wanderers so far with a wicket. It's got to make them happy. Avijit Ghosh is the new batsman joining Asaduzzaman. He was looking for a single, but Asaduzzaman wasn't interested because that's the end of the over. 21 for 2, 2 overs gone. Successful over there from Bashir. He did go for 15 though, but a successful over nonetheless. Got rid of a dangerous player who looked like he was on. Run rate at 10.5. Early days. One more over in the power play. Rangers looking to push hard up into the 30s, mid-30s I'd say. That would be a good score for a power play here. Maybe set themselves up for another score around the 120 mark, 130 mark possibly. So, Zinker's back for his second over. Ooh, swing and a miss. Keeper keeping the batsman honest as well. So, Asaduzzaman, he's only faced, this is only the second ball he's faced. So he hasn't a lot of the strike since he's been out there. He's mainly been at the other end watching the wickets fall and the balls flying around. So here he goes now. Well, that goes completely the wrong way. He tried to play it off his toes to a backwards square. I reckon he's going to go and try and go a bit finer or square, and just squirted out onto the offside. Lucky he didn't get a leading edge there. Zinker's in again. Well, it's a bit shorter. Gets up. Batsman takes it in the midriff. That's something he can show his friends and family when he gets home later. That's where the ball hit me, he'll say. Avijit Ghosh. So I'm looking forward to when he hits a couple of flyers and I can say, oh my gosh. Still on 0 though. Oh, it could be trouble. And is trouble. He's gone. He's gone for a derrick. Just skies it, comes off the edge of the bat, skews it, and that fielder come running in at 45. The fielder I was highlighting a few minutes ago, he comes running and takes a pretty easy catch in the end. Have a look. He's on the boundary line, runs in a few steps, and goes for a bit of a run around and gets a warm applause from his teammates. Very happy now. Porto Wanderers look like they're in control. 22 for 3. It is 2.4 overs gone. 2 more balls to come in this over. That's a fair bit of work to do for the team. The Rangers. Well, getting through the batsmen here. Unfortunately, they're just not getting runs on the board. Raymond threatened. Got a very quick 5-15 off 6. But they need someone to stand up here now. Ooh, batsman wasn't too sure about that. It was weird sort of little body movement. Scamper through for a single. Asaduzzaman calls him through. Good fielding. The Porto Wanderers, I've got to say, look at them in the field. They look on. Look very quick. They're backing up. They're getting to the stumps when the throws are coming in. They look really on here. Yeah, it was a funny old thing. I think maybe he felt it was going to go down leg, and that's why he sort of shouldered arms at first. Oh, that's very nicely. Oh, no, it's gone through the fielder's legs, and it's going to run for 4. Well, it went straight to the man. Straight to the man at pretty much regulation square leg. It's gone through his feet, so Zinkas wears a boundary with his last delivery. But he's got 2 for 11 from his 2. Gets a little high five from the new bowler coming in, and that's pretty good work. 27 for 3. 3 overs gone. Power play done and dusted. It's Remon. Rehan Remon is the new batsman coming in. I thought we saw him do pretty well the other night too. Got a few runs on his belt. Yeah, have a look at that chart. Well, that tells me something. It's like someone's being rude to me when I look at that. The things you see when you shouldn't see. So, Kazim Ahmad is the new bowler. Oh, big swipe. Really wasn't close to that. More out of hope than anything. 27 for 3, and the desperate swiping has started. Good encouragement in the field. Very good. They're a good mob, this Porto Wanderers. They're very chatty, very encouraging, and they're quick. That's full and taken advantage of, and he's put it in the gap, and that's going to run away for 4. Well, he's timed that pretty well, have to say, Ramon. It was a rank full toss, and it got the treatment. Hello there to John Gray. Shohag, thanks for joining. Lovely to see you two again. Chris Smith was in the chat before. Hello, Chris. And everyone else is tuned in. Oh, lobs it up, gives a bit of airtime. Batsman didn't really get onto that, and just down the ground for a single. Fielded on the boundary by Junaid Bashir. Score is 32 for 3, halfway through the 4th. And as a doesman, probably wants to get on here. Oh, he tries. He tries. He's tempted outside the line, and he goes to put the kitchen sink behind it and does not connect. He's on 6 from 5. He did get going in the game on Friday night. He really sort of put the foot down after he got his eye in and scored a very quick fire 30-odd. And that is a wide. Wicket keeper keeping him honest. A little shy at the stumps. That's a wide ball. Not too many wides so far. Good work from the Porto bowler so far. Very good work. 33 for 3 is the score. 2 balls to come in this over. That's skied up in the air. It's going to be a catch. It's going to be 1 bounce to the fielder coming off the point boundary. Very square, that fielder is. So, as it does, I'm trying to get on with it, but living dangerously. Does nothing but sky it. Rangers have to be careful here. If they lose one of these 2, they're going to be in all sorts. Absolute all sorts. Sit down the ground. Good work in the field to get across very quickly there. No chance for sneaky little single. Very good work in the field. Good hustle. And that is the over done. We're 4 overs in. 34 for 3 on the board. Good over there from Ahmad. Very good over. Nice and tight. And the Rangers just struggling now. They are trying to hit out. There's been a lot of swings and misses. They are trying to beef up the score with some lusty hitting, but the bowling is a bit too good. Very good disciplined bowling here from the Porto Wanderers. Making it very tough for these batsmen, the Rangers batsmen, to take control. Oh, that's a good bouncer. Very good bouncer. Sharp. Really sharp. Tejpreet Singh, new bowler on. Have a look at this one get up. Oh, that's quite a long way back, isn't it? Yep. Had the batsman fishing for it, though. That's what you want. Comes in again. And he's hit that straight up, and that's going to carry the boundary line over the covers. 6, big 6. He's a very strong batsman, this man, as a doesman. He's a small in stature, but he's got a lot of upper body strength, and that shot just really proved it. That went a long way back. Hello, good evening to Julian Dawson joining us in the chat. Ooh, now is that just come off him? He's all right, I think. Yeah, this short stuff. It's not bad. It's well targeted. Need to be careful here. This pitch is quite unpredictable. We've seen a few nasty moments over the last couple of weeks in Group A and also in Group B. Just a few moments where balls have flown up and collected people rather awkwardly. Let's hit out square. Fielder at square on the boundary on the leg side. Just overthrows it over the wicketkeeper. He's getting a bit of work out there though. He unfortunately let one fall through and just needs to be careful. Just needs to know that he's in a spot that's going to be quite hot throughout the day. Tejpreet in again. Waits on that, smacks it down the ground, but it's only going to be one. Bashir comes off the boundary. So they're just doing the singles at the moment, the Rangers, but like I've been saying throughout the week and last week as well, I think it's really important that if you can't hit sixes and fours, you need to be hitting ones and twos, at least ones. Keep the scoreboard ticking, keep the fieldsmen, the bowlers guessing about what's happening next. Can't afford to get stuck there. We saw 2 maidens bowled in a row yesterday in one of the games, which was astonishing. I don't think I've ever seen that in T10. And as a bowling team, you probably can't believe your luck. You managed to get 2 maidens. That's 5 overs gone, 43 for 3 on the board. Tejpreet Singh finishes with none for 9 in his first over. So yeah, 2 maidens in 1 over, quite incredible. That was the Irish versus the Fighters yesterday's game. I had 2 games yesterday, and yeah, quite astonishing to see that. So 12 dot balls, and I think there were maybe 2 dot balls in the previous over leading up to the end of that over. So effectively, it was 14 dot balls in a row. And when that happens, no wonder the Fighters couldn't get a good score up. That's a lot of deliveries to not score off. Okay, Umar Gill. And start with a wide down leg side. Lucky to get away with that. I think Mohammad Asaduzzaman's eyes lit up and he thought, oh, I can probably put this out of the park. Just misses it though, and just the wide counted. Bit of a loosener. Okay, comes in again. That was a good delivery. In at the legs, cramping for Maroon, a little bit quicker as well. Well bowled. Asaduzzaman, it's all on his shoulders, I'd have to say. I'm pretty sure that's probably what he's thinking as well. It's all up to him. He's a big hitter. He can get going. He can get going quickly. And once he gets going, he's a very hard man to stop. He's on 15 from 12. He's probably trying to hog that strike now. Make sure it's going to be him at the striker's end. Gill in. Oh, what a good delivery. That's some of that unpredictable bounce. I don't think the batsman really knew a lot about that. I think the keeper's just making sure he's all right. He just wore that one a little bit high on the arm, I think. Yeah, oh, that fleshy part just beneath the shoulder. He's not flexing for the cameras when he does that, folks. He's just giving the muscle just a bit of warmth, getting the blood flow back in there. That can sting. Goes down the ground, downtown 6, bang. Good shot. Big hit. That is gone. Gorne, gone. And please don't correct me about my spelling. I know how to spell Gorne. That's how you spell it. With a capital G. 50 up. 50 for 3. And halfway through the 6th, just a reminder that the Rangers won the toss, elected to bat, and so far it's been pretty tough going. The Porto Wanderers bowling has been exceptionally good. Been very tight, not giving away too much width. But it's played with soft hands very nicely to a wideish third man. Hands a strike over to Ramon for the last 2 balls of the over and says, see what you can do. So Asaduzzaman, he's the keys. 22 from 15 now. Ramon 6 from 6. Let's see if he can replicate his batting partner style. Maybe try and get after Gill. Well, he tries, but bit of a wrong shot. Gets away from the keeper, but batsmen weren't really up for a single there. Not going to try that. Hello to everyone joining us in the chat. I see a few more people filtering in. Need to get the news from Netherlands whether that final has been finished. I saw it with the rain coming down. That's gone way up in the air. That's really high. 2 people, the fielder and the keeper were both going towards it, and the fielder spilled it. Sadly for the Porto Wanderers. And that is the end of the over. Drop catch at the end of the over. 52 for 3. 6 overs gone. I was a bit confused there. I would have thought the fielder would say, hey, keeper, you got the gloves. Why don't you catch this one? But as it is, it'll go down as a drop. So, sunny Miranda de Covo here. This used to be a football ground. Not too sure if you knew that. And the drainage here is fantastic. But I got to say, the forecast for today, tomorrow, and the next week at least, there's not going to be any precipitation whatsoever. So we don't need to know anything about the drainage. Last week was a bit different. Whew. That's been punched backward square, or backward point. Good shot. And we start the over with good boundary. Look at this. Went like a rocket. So, score goes to 56 for 3 now. So, Kazim Ahmad, who's back for his second, starts us off with something wide that gets put away. Ramon. And then Ramon then misses the next one. So, yeah, with that boundary there and on the first ball, up to, 56 for 3 now. 2 balls in. Missed that second one, though. Ramon now 11 from 10. He probably needs to fire up right now, though. Well, he lofts it down the ground. It was a bit, well, not even down the ground, sort of towards the mid-wicket. A regulation mid-wicket would have pouched that, probably. Just a miss-hit and didn't really put a lot of energy. No real backlift in that shot. Brings on the dangerous Asaduzzaman. See if Kazim can have him. Bowler in. Oh, gives a bit of a charge. Gets it off the toes. And that has gone all the way for 6. Very square. Lovely shot. Fielded by the ball boy out there. That's Falik Zeb, who's out there. Captain of Miranda Dragons. Part-time, or sometime captain of the Miranda Dragons, I should say. And a really good guy. And he took a really good catch yesterday out there too. Kazim in again. And that has gone over extra cover for a big 6. And that's back-to-back 6s now. That's massive. Well, here we go. This is the Asaduzzaman show. This is what he can do. And he did this the other night. I like Naps in the chat. Good to see you there, my friend. Gone is spelt gone. How else would it be? Yes, thank you. You get me. Kazim, he's got to come back now. Ooh, and no ball is given. Signalled by both umpires almost instantaneously at the same time. Bowler getting a little bit frustrated there. Just got taken for 2. There's a free hit coming, so there's a chance he could be hit again. We'll see. Could be a bit of trouble here. 70 for 3. Last ball, the 7th. And he changes pace and gets it past him, and that is what you call a free miss. And that will end the over. Kazim Ahmed finishes with 0 for 25 off his 2 overs. 70 for 3 after 7. 3 overs to go. Rangers looking at least to get the ton. However, if Asaduzzaman can get on strike early in the next over and maybe get on strike and stay on strike going forward, you never know. Could 120 could be on the board. He's the kind of guy who could guide the Rangers to another total and around the 110s, 120s. If they get there, that could be difficult. Could be tricky. I always think 120 is a bit of a trick. It's a 50-50 split on chasing and defending. But we'll see. Got to get there first. They're still going to make a packet of runs. They're only on 70. And Tejpreet Singh comes back. That's just been punched awkwardly into the covers. No chance for a single there. Fielder there hunting in the covers there. Always good to have a regulation cover in the T10 game. I think you need that protection. It's just too easy for singles and even 2s if you don't have someone there. And I think it's really good captaincy to put that player in there. Singh in again. It's a bit shorter, but it's been picked up pretty quickly. 1 bounce. Fielded by Bashir. Well done. Saved a certain boundary there. Just didn't quite get enough of that. I like Nap says, good to be here, Charlie. No, it's not Charlie. It's Phil. Phil G here on comms. Charlie was looking after ECS Estonia with Rico. So you're talking to and listening to Phil. Me. Phil G. Filthy Phil. Good ball. Very good ball. Yes, my other nickname from my cricketing days when I used to play for the Barbarians in Prague was Filthy Phil. Filthy Phil G. And we got rid of the filthy because it's just inappropriate. Too many stories. And so, yeah, it's just me, Phil G. And really great to have your company, everyone, in the chat, watching on YouTube and around the world. Just miss-hit, couldn't get enough of that. Goes to the fielder right charging in. But he does prevent a single. So, Mohamed Asaduzzaman, he wants to get going here. He's playing as much as he possibly can. He's playing for the shots. Bowling's a bit too good, I have to say. Dances around a bit, gets a position, and he launches that one, and that goes interstellar. That's massive. And that's what he can do. His lofted straight shots today and what we saw of him on Friday night have been quite stunning. Quite. He gets in position quickly, and he just elevates. And that's a lovely, lovely shot. So a bit of pressure here on the bowler. Mohamed Asaduzzaman, he's up to 40 suddenly. Oh, good comeback. Oh, good work from the keeper. They asked the question. And fair enough. Keep him honest. Keep him on the ground if you can. Good work all around. Keeper's done that a few times. I have to tip my hat to him. That's very good work behind the stumps there. That's Kanako behind the stumps there. Very good work. If that batsman wants to go for a wander, you keep him there. 8 overs gone. 77 on the board. 3 wickets back in the shed. And the Rangers still short. Still short, I believe, of a decent score right now. They've got 2 overs to turn that around. Can they get the 100? Can they get up a ton? Have a look at the run rate. The run rate's 9.6. Just that little sort of kink that goes up like that. And then it drops and just goes flat. And they need a charge. It sounded good, that shot, but it just goes into the covers. And missed by the cover fieldsman, but backed up by his man on the boundary, who comes running in. And no more runs. So, that's first ball gone there in this over. This is Umar Gill who's come back. Well, Raymond got Asaduzzaman back on strike. He's done the right thing this over. And Gill just losing his way there a little bit. So, Mohammed, where's he thinking of putting this one? Yeah, it doesn't quite get onto that one either. He holds the strike. No little quick single there. It does go straight to the player there at regulation mid-wicket. Also a good position to put someone. Regulation mid-wicket, regulation cover, I think, are really important in T10. Sometimes you see the captains taking them out, and I just don't get that. It's been punched down the ground. Down to long off. Fielded by Anthony Chambers, just fielding in front of me here, in front of the commentary position. Hasn't had a lot of work to do down here. Hasn't been too many drives along the ground in this direction. So, and this is the thing, isn't it? With Ramon, who's on the strike, he really should be trying to turn the strike over to Asaduzzaman, who, you know, we've seen is a big hitter, and his timing's a lot better. And look at him at the non-striker stand with hand on his hip. And his head sort of a little cocked to the side. I think he's probably saying to the batsman, look, get me back on strike, man. Give me a single. Because that's 2 dot balls now, here in the 9th. And you don't want dot balls in the 9th. Because suddenly you find that your innings is faltering. And it can be a bit of a mindset. Tell you what, another dot ball. I see a message there, I like naps. Not a problem, mate. It's okay. This is indeed Phil G. Charlie's English. I'm not. Oh, he's almost bowled him. That's gone really close to the stumps. And that is a very good 9th over. And he gets a very generous round of applause on McGill from his teammates, and he should too. He's put the squeeze on. I think it was only 2 runs in that over. 79 on the board, 3 wickets down. 1 more over to come. And Asaduzzaman's on strike. Have a look at the bowling figures there. So, yeah, Umar Gill and John Zinkas, the 2 bowlers standing out there. Tejpreet Singh can hold his head up high too, very economical. And the other 2 bowlers have bowled well too. You can't really put a fault wrong. You can't put any fault on the Porto Wanderer bowlers. I think they've done a magnificent job. So Bashir is going to finish. Starts us with a dot. 79 for 3. That expected score is tumbling. It's like watching the stock market crash. It's just tumbling, these numbers. You heard Heard the call just in front of me. Great ball. It certainly was. Gets the position. Hits him well outside the line, though. Went for the big smash to over square. So that's the second dot in this over. And this score of the Rangers is just petering to maybe mid-80s. Depends if he can get a couple of shots in now. But as it does, man, he's stuck there on 41. There's a couple of dots. Very uncharacteristic. Connects with that one, though. But it goes straight to the fielder. That's 3 dots in a row in the 10th. That is very good bowling. It's very good, backed up by very good fielding. Great work by the Porto Wanderers here. Rangers just can't find anything. And Asaduzman, who is dangerous. He's a dangerous batsman. He's held down. Goes inside out, and he's been caught. Well, this is a fantastic over. It just got better. That is a brilliant delivery. Crowded him, and it skewed off with no power, really. And catch has been taken very easily. Have a look at this. Just bad timing, and just a rush of blood. Big nick. That's it. You're done. So I think the Porto Wanderers here are in complete control. They still have to come out and make the runs. Of course you do. Cricket is a game of two halves, especially the T10 cricket. We know that. But 79 for 4, 9.4 overs gone, 2 balls coming. Wonderful over here. All credit to the Porto Wanderer bowlers. Plays a bit of a pull hook shot. Doesn't really get anything on that. A bad miss hit. Bobbles up in the air and just a single. The 80 is up. I don't know if the 80 is a thing, but that's up. Junaid Bashir came back, got belted around for 15 in his first over, and he's come back beautifully here in this 10th over. Really put the clamp on. And could you believe he's got another wicket to his name in that over? Wonderful 10th over by Bashir and by the Porto Wanderers. Fantastic stuff. Just saying hello to my friend the ball boy as he walks past me. Good to see you, buddy. Take care, mate. And that's a great effort by the Porto Wanderers, above everything else. They have bowled well. The Rangers have just got stuck, and they haven't been able to get free. And we thought we were on there when Asaduzman was getting going, but he only got into the 40s, and that was it for him. He let four dot balls go through this over. Obviously, the 4th dot ball was his wicket, getting caught there at backwards square, third man, sort of in between those positions. Bit of a wide third man. And I'm just watching the Porto Wanderers getting to a huddle now, and they're having a bit of a chat about what happened and about how good they have to feel, and the fact that the batsmen now are going to have to come out in about probably 10, 12 minutes' time and back up their bowlers and chase down this total. And I think they've got a red-hot chance. The Rangers are going to be having a bit of a sit-down chat about what happened and why things didn't go their way. I can see there's a bit of support for the Porto Wanderers in the chat. Good to see. SAT, education, yep, best of luck. Concur. And that's the score. So, the scoreboard shows me the batting card, 80 for 5 after 10. Mohamed Asaduzman at the top there, 49 from 21. Pretty much playing a lone hand. A couple of little handy cameos from a couple of players to get into the teens. Just not enough, though. Good bowling. Those bowling stats look great. Everyone did well. Pretty nice and tight. Okay, so Kazim Ahmed went for a few in his second over, and that's when we thought that Mohamed Asaduzman was going to get going. But then he tightened up a bit, and then the next few overs were just so good. And as you saw, 2 wickets right at the end there to Bashir. He ends up with 3, and I think that has been a pretty good effort from the Porto Wanderers, you have to say. So there's the mid-match summary. You can see there the Rangers batsman Mohamed Asaduzman at the top there, 41 from 29, supported for not too long by Rahman, who got 15 from 7, and then Rayan Ramon, who hanged around for a while for 14, but he also wasted a few dot balls. Couldn't turn the strike over, and I think that's really where the Rangers got bogged down, just failing to turn the strike over, failing to get their big hitter onto strike. And, of course, then he got frustrated with some dot balls, and then he holed out. That's what happens. The bowlers, Junaid Bashir take a bow, 3 for 16 from 2. John Zinkas bowled very well, opened up the bowling at the top there, 2 for 11 from his 2. And Umar Gill, very, very economical, bowled a couple of brilliant overs, only for 11. So, Porto Wanderers, it's set up nicely for them. They need 81 from 60 when we rejoin the action in the run chase, which should be in about what do you think, 7 or 8 minutes' time. So I tell you what, we are going to take a short break here, and I'm going to let you all go off and have a little break yourselves, get yourself a nice cool drink of something or other, or a nice warm cup of something or other. Depends where you are in the world. I know we get people from all over the world tuning in, and we'll see you back here shortly. This is Sunday evening here in Miranda do Covo, and you are watching the European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal. And I'm Phil G. You can just ask my good friend in the chat, I like naps. He now knows who I am, which is fantastic. Just kidding there. And this is European Cricket Network. We love to have your company. Glad you're here. Hope you're enjoying the cricket. And we'll be back in about 7 or 8 minutes with the run chase. Porto Wanderers, 81 from 60 deliveries. Can they do it? Join us to find out. See you soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, everyone, to the European Cricket Network, and welcome back to the European Cricket Series at night here in the lovely Miranda de Covo ground. And would you believe it? It's been one whole match since the Golden Ball. Well, I've never seen that, the one for the Golden Ball. That's because the Golden Ball happened not too long ago in Estonia for match 5. And Malta got up over Estonia in that game, that 5th game today with the Golden Ball. So, coming on Tuesday, have a look at that. Women, the Netherlands women take on the Italian women in a T20I in Netherlands. That's going to be fantastic stuff. It's great to see some women's cricket here on the European Cricket Network, and T20I nonetheless, which is even more thrilling. That stuff is really good to get the rankings up, and everyone's hungry for T20I. It's where it's at. That's the state of cricket. But we're also really hungry for T10, and T10 is also where it's at, and we have got a run chase here. We've got the Porto Wanderers, who were able to keep the Rangers to a score of 80 in their allotted 10 overs. So the Wanderers now need 81 from their 10 to take the chocolates here today, and the Rangers are going to have to be on their game to really stop that from happening and to get their first win under their belt. They're going to be really keen to get that win. Let's see how they go. Looks to me like it's going to be Shadad Hossain is going to open the bowling from this northern end. I can also report from here the weather's fine, blue sky, a few little wispy clouds around. The wind picking up every now and then, blowing across the ground right to left. So some outswing may be assisted at times with the wind gusting. Just during the break it gusted up a little bit there. Nothing too crazy, nothing too silly. But we'll see what happens. And the run chase is about to start. That's down leg side. Good work from the keeper though. Unsighted, then gets around, gets behind it, stops any further wides getting past him. Good work. Speaking to keepers, I had a quick chat to the Porto Wanderers keeper as he walked past me a few minutes ago. Kanaka, he's just suffered a slight little injury to his finger, but he's okay, he says. He says he will bat if the team needs him to. So we'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully he's fine. Oh, good delivery. Cracking delivery. That's a great comeback from that bowler. Uses his pace and gets that good lift off this pitch and goes past the nose of the batsman, who is the opening batsman, Anthony Chambers, out there facing, and Junaid Bashir at the non-striker's end. So Chambers facing the music from Hossain. Hits it down the ground. 1, 2, a couple of bounces. Oh, it took a little Tortuga then, just as it gets to the fieldsman just down in front of me. And that's Rahman. Ubadur Rahman in front of me here with the headband. Fields that well, gets the throw in. And Chambers off the mark with a single. So, Junaid Bashir, who bowled well. Now he gets his chance with the bat. He's gone high. This could be a good catch. Let's have a look. Oh, well taken. Got in position, and then he moved and shuffled forward ever so slightly. I thought he was going to be out of position. So when I said, oh, catch here, I thought, oh no, don't make me look silly. And have a look. He just that little dance and a dive forward, but he's got it. Rangers have got a breakthrough on the 3rd delivery. And poor Bashir, well, I did ask the question of let's see what he can do with his batting to go with his good bowling. And he's unfortunately gone for a golden derrick. Just picture the golden derrick escorting him off and some of Rico's duck noises, and you'll know exactly what we're talking about here. Bad luck there for Bashir. Very good catch in the outfield, and a great start for the Rangers defending a small total. This could be a small total thriller coming up here with that sort of work, but a good catch in the outfield to start things off here. Rangers have a bit of spring in their step now, I'd say. That wicket, 3rd ball of the innings. Porto Wanderers probably weren't expecting that. John Zinkas comes in. He was opening bowler for Porto Wanderers. Also bowled well. And do I risk jinxing him by saying let's see how he goes with his batting? Let's see how he goes with the batting. Hossain in. Oh, it cuts away very nicely into the gap there. That's going to run away from the fielder for 4. So he starts with the boundary. And a good cheer from the dugout over there as well. Question in the chat about the KNCB final match. I believe it was abandoned because of the weather. That's what I think. Armandro asking me that question. If anyone else in the chat can help out with that, that's what I think happened. I wasn't watching it. Obviously, I'm here doing the comms. I'll send in again. Stand leg side, and there's a wide. Goes right around the back of Zinkas there. Yeah, so thank you for your question, Armandro. But yeah, that's what I think happened. I believe it was abandoned. I did try to switch over to the feed at one point during the game, during the previous innings, and I thought I saw the byline that did say match abandoned. I saw a few comments in the chat. I actually saw Luke Belgium in the chat too. Good to see Luke. Swatted down the ground. Hasn't gone very far. It's going to land in between players. That is absolute luck. John Zinkas flirting with fate there. Just luck that he didn't get a little tickle more, because that's just landed in nowhere's land. Oh my goodness. Almost came a cropper. Almost. So a bit of a nervy start here for Porto, the Porto Wanderers. Rangers, though, hungry for that another wicket. Start getting through this top order. Anything can happen. Well bowled. Tucks him up, but it's played really well too with a flat bat. It just beats the fielder at point. But doesn't beat his counterpart, who runs around from third man, keeps it just to one. So, first over done, 9 for 1 in the first. The Wanderers need 72 more at rate 8 runs and over. There's still a long way to go, but they've been shaken a bit with Bashir going for a golden derrick in the first over. Good start. Good start to the innings. Good start to the run chase. Hopefully it should be a good match. Wouldn't it be funny if we had a golden ball? It would be effectively almost back-to-back golden balls. So yes, if you missed the graphic there was a golden ball in Estonia during the ECI, the last match of the ECI, Estonia versus Malta. Both ended up on the same score, 177, I believe it was, and it was sorted out by a golden ball, and Malta picked it up. So well done to Malta there, and of course that means the counter resets, and we go back to 0. But now it's been one match since a golden ball. So this is Rahman bowling now. Charges in with a bit of pace there. Gets it past the batsman. Chambers has a bit of a look, a bit of a flirt, and then regrets that move and says, nah, got to have a think about this. Nervy start here for Porto Wanderers. Nervous start. Rangers have to defend a very small total, so they're going to be absolutely gunning for it. Bowler in again. And Chambers lets that one go, and it gets past the wicket keeper and runs away for a wide, +1. Just looking around the field, on the offside for both these two batsmen, these two right-handers, I can see that they're very spread and very deep, but they're right on the 30-yard circle. There's no one in close to stop a single. And that bouncer is definitely a wide. I think that might have hit something. And to be honest, Zinkas didn't really have a problem getting under that. Barely had to crouch. Have a look at the height that it clears him on. You can see a good angle here, actually. That went over his head by quite a long way. Uneven pitch, this one. It's caused batsmen a lot of trouble. And the bowler just dropped the ball on his run-in. Maybe forgot that he had it in his hand. Let's try that again. Rahman in. Just waits on it and places it perfectly. Lovely shot. Zinkas getting on here. That was a really lovely cut shot. You can see he just held it just ever so slightly, realised that the pace was not the same as maybe the previous couple of deliveries, and just caressed it through the point region. 4 runs, lovely shot. Coming in again. It's Fuller, half volley, and that's not going to go. It's just going to go for 6. It was in the air for quite a long time. Fieldsman ran around from a long position, and he thought he was in with a chance of catching. He ran all the way to deep mid wicket, but in the end it was the ball boys who fielded that one as it went just over the line for 6. So John Zinkas now put the foot down. And suddenly the Porto Wanderers up to 22 for 1 in the second over, and those 2 boundaries have put them back in command. And he waits on the cut shot, cuts it uppishly, and that has 1 bounce inside the rope and 4. Lovely shot again. Well, if these bowling is going to go wide like that and Zinkas gets a hold of it, he's just waiting for that ball. He's going to be carving them up all afternoon. He's now up to 19 from 5. And the Rangers have to devise some sort of plan to get rid of this batsman. They need to figure out how can you get John Zinkas out, because he's hitting it too well. And I've got to tell you right now, bowling short and wide outside off is not the way to do it. And that is wide, but not short. So just another hello to everyone in the chat. Hope you're enjoying the cricket here, coming to you from sunny Portugal at the Miranda de Covo Stadium. Used to be a football ground, and now cricket owns it, which is really, really good. Well, good for cricket. Just hits that to a player this time, and they run through for a quick single. I think he's doing a very good job here for his team. He's up to 20 from 6. Anthony Chambers is only 2. He's only faced 4 deliveries though. And Rahman has gone for 19. It's almost gone magical. Let's see what Chambers has to say about that. Oh, he just misses that. Gets away from the keeper. Well, he's practicing his shot, and neither he nor Zinkas realised they really could have easily taken a bye there if they wanted it. I guess they didn't want it. And we finish effectively with a dot ball there. So, Rahman finishes with 19. He doesn't go magical because the batsmen weren't really paying mind to a chance of running a bye. 28 for 1, 2 gone. And for me, that over puts the Porto Wanderers in complete control. I think, yeah, the computer, look at the percentage scores there. Computer agrees with me. Says, yes, Phil, you are indeed right. We give the Rangers 4% chance of defending this total, especially after that over. And a fair comment, I would say. Fair comment indeed. So, the Rangers now turn to Mirza Naman. He's going to try his luck to try to dismiss one of these batsmen. They need to get these 2 out. Absolutely have to get one of these wickets out right now. And that's been short and wide and hit straight to the fieldsman who's patrolling that point boundary. Very good work. Unfortunately, the throw was a bit wayward. But no overthrows. So just a single. Yeah, the Rangers need to get rid of these 2 guys. I believe to them have any chance. The run rate's now down to 6.6. It's only 52 from 47. You know, that run rate's going to be at parity very soon if they're not careful, and then it's going to go below that. Oh, it's intentionally played up like that. Probably wanted to go a little bit more squarer, but it did go straight to the fieldsman at a fine third man. Keeper was unsighted to throw the glove out, and I think it went a bit too wide for him anyway. I'm sure the replay will show that he was not really in the hunt for a miraculous catch. So Chambers happy to turn the strike over to Zinkas and let him do the work. Bowler in again. And that's been cut very, very front on though, very squarish through the covers. Well fielded in the covers though. That's Shadad Hossain who gets down and stops it getting through. There's no one behind Hossain and no one behind mid-off. There is no one on the boundary straight. So bowler in again. That's going to be a wide. They're going to run an extra. Zinkas calls him through. And the score is going to go, well, it's gone all the way. Score goes up to 36. I thought the fieldsman got around to that. He had it covered, and then he didn't. Took a nasty little bounce, so it wasn't completely the fielder's fault. You saw there just at the end it did bounce up and hit him awkwardly and spun off and went for 4 byes. Well, I was going to call a wide down leg side, but instead Chambers has gotten bat onto that and put it out of the ground into the car park. You see our ball boy there. It's like he's running away. He's not running away. He's off to find the ball. He's going a long, long way back. I don't know where that ball ended up finishing up, but that's why we stress don't park your car out in that car park. I know it's a car park, but just don't park there. Have a look at this. Well, you didn't see the shot, but you can see the aftermath. That went a long way. I think the umpires will have to scrutinise that cricket ball and make sure it actually looks like it's still holding its shape. 42 for 1. We're still inside the power play. And the Porto Wanderers are really having their own way here. So Chambers gets a 6. He just plays it down the ground. Immediately sets off for a single. That's good running. That's good play and good running. And Mirza Noman has gone for 15 so far. He's got one more ball to come in this over. One more ball in the power play. He's bowling to Zinkas, who appears to be on. He cuts that one. Goes straight to a player. No chance of a run. Shy at the stumps. Could have had him in a bit of strife. Right call from Chambers at the non-striker's end to say, no, we won't take that one. That's the end of the over. 43 for 1, 3 gone. That's the power play, done and dusted. Wanderers need 38 from 42. The run rate has indeed dropped well below 6. It's now down to 5.4. And they look like they're on their way here in this first game here tonight, this match 25. Let's have a look at the tower blocks. Well, that's an impressive tower block for the Porto Wanderers, you have to say. 19 and 15, second and third over. Not enough big overs for the Rangers, unfortunately. Couple of big overs, but just not enough. Needed more than that. So, Asaduzzaman is the opener. He's going to come on and bowl. And he bowled against the Coimbra Knights the other night. I think it was match 21. He picked up a 3-for, and it was 3 for 2, I think it was. He did very well. Questions asked. Umpire unmoved. Shy at the bowler's end. There's no one at the stumps at the bowler's end, so they'll run another one. Well, he's hit the stumps, but the batsman was well past the stumps by the time then. That was Zinkas. He was well in his ground. So the shout for hitting the stumps, but have a look again. Have a look how far is Zinkas in his ground when the ball comes in. Yeah. No really point shouting for that one. The appeal was turned down, obviously, and then the batsman ran an extra one. So that's something that I didn't see in the Porto Wanderers when they fielded. Whenever the ball was in the outfield, somebody got to the stumps at the bowler's end or at the keeper's end. Somebody was there to take the return throw. And what you saw just then was something that really does trigger me a little bit. And I'm not going to go on about it like I did the other night, but it does trigger me a bit when I see stumps with no one standing over him and a return throw in the blind hope that they hit the stumps. If you put someone there, a fielder has to run in and take that responsibility, and that's how you can get run-outs. Hit uppishly is a chance for a catch. Oh, the fielder doesn't backpedal, and it hits his hands. Can you believe that? Ubaydor Rahman, he just needed to backpedal, and he would have had a catch, would have had him. Goes down. Asaduzzaman gives him a stare. Gives him a second stare. Ooh, I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. Because Asaduzzaman, he's bowling well. Well, that was easily the game right there. Because they needed a breakthrough. They need to get rid of one of these. This is good bowling. He's deceptively quick and he's right on target. Thanks for proving me wrong. There's a wide ball. Ah, well. I thought I had that one. Anyway. 48 for 1. 3.2. John Zinker's on 22 from 9. And Anthony Chambers supporting him at the other end. Just motoring along nicely, 11 from 10. And that hits him in front, though. That's, yep. I think John's a little bit disappointed in himself. He hurried that through that delivery, Asaduzzaman. Have a look again. What do you think? What's your initial reaction, chat? What do you think? It was short, it didn't get up, and it's hit him right in front. Good call. Well, you can't do much about that, and this is the part of the whole uneven bounce situation we have here on this pitch. It can be a little bit unpredictable, and that's exactly what happened there. If you want another great example of unpredictable bounce here on this pitch, then you can go no further than watch match 23 from last night, Owarish versus the Fighters. In Owarish's first innings, and Conrad Greenshields was bowled second delivery, and the look on his face tells you a story a book 1,000 pages long just with that expression about what this pitch can do, and obviously Conrad's reaction. Conrad, I'm not having a laugh at your expense if you're listening, not at all, but that was to get that kind of delivery, you had the sympathies, I think, of everybody in the cricketing world who was watching that last night. But if you want to see that again, please go back and have a look. Anyway, this game, as it does him in, it's been chipped away towards square for a single. And that'll get the new batsman, Felix Hall, off the mark. So the Rangers have managed to get rid of John Zinkas. He was causing all sorts of trouble. Let's have a look now and see if they can get rid of another one. They're going to need a couple more wickets. 33 from 39 for the win, Porto Wanderers. Hit down the ground, diving bowler, can't stop it, but they'll get through for just a single. Fields and runs around from the covers. That is Shadad Hossain, sorry. And, no, it's not the end of the over. It is the end of the over. Absolutely it's the end of the over. And that's the 50 up as well. So it's an interesting position this match is in now. Unfortunately for the Rangers, they're just not getting the wickets they want. They need these wickets. They chose to bat first. If you missed that, they only scored 80 runs from their 10 overs. They really struggled to get a partnership together. Mohammad Asaduzman is the only one who really got going, and just really struggling. And 80 was never going to be enough at all. And you can tell here now that they're struggling to defend this score. 2 wickets down. Porto Wanderers chasing this score. John Zinkas came out and got busy right away, but they've managed to dismiss him for, I think, 22. So that's not too bad. However, a catch was put down in the last over, and I think that was a really critical wicket that should have been taken. Absolutely should have been taken. Fielder just out of position, didn't know where to go to take the catch, and ended up hitting his fingers above his head, high above his head, but hit his fingers nonetheless, and just spewed out. And it was, at the disgust of the bowler and his fellow teammates who couldn't believe they put Anthony Chambers down. So not too good there. Not too good. The new bowler looks like that is Kazi Kadir. So Kazi Kadir is going to be given the ball soon. I think we're just catching up on a couple of things here, some technical moments. Just bear with us for a second. Just looking on the chat there, saying hello to John Gray. Hello, John. Good to see you as always, and good to see everyone in the chat. Obviously, your contributions are always important. We like to read them, and just remember that the Blue Spanner crew, they're there for you as well, so you can engage with them, have a chat with them, and above all, always be respectful of the players, the umpires, the officials, and yourself, and everyone else in the chat as well. Let's just have a good time talking about cricket. That's the right thing to do. You don't score points from trying to say the nastiest thing. Just remember that. What you do score, you do score timeouts and blacklisting. So let's not go there. Let's enjoy it. And we're going to be having some live action very soon. Scoreboard's caught up. 4 overs gone. The 50 did indeed come up on that last delivery. 50 for 2 wickets down, the Porto Wanderers. Fifth over starts now. It's a short delivery. A few shouts of LB from everyone around the ground except for the wicketkeeper and the bowler. And I think as an umpire you might say, well, if they're not appealing, it's probably not out. Dot ball. Good ball to start with. That's a faster one, but it's picked. It's been punched and through the fielder. Fielding at deep point. Chambers looks like he's going to try to finish this one off now. They're not very far away. It's now under 30 to pick this up, and we're only just out of the 5th. I think the Rangers, their hopes are slowly melting away. Like so many ice blocks left out of the fridge. I was trying to think of a really clever way to say that. Chance for a catch here. Just out of the reach of the fielder. Well, that was a really good effort there. It's Fuller. Driven straight. But good work from the bowler to get down and get a hand on that. And no chance for a single. So he's put a couple of dot balls together after being hit for 6. This is a good comeback from the bowler. Real test of character. Last ball, the over. Needs to be tight here. And he's not tight. He's managed to get that one down the leg side for a wide. So it goes to 61 for 2. Last ball the over. Nice and tight delivery, that one. Good dot ball to finish with. And that will be 5 overs now gone. 61 for 2 on the board. We're halfway through this innings. 20 runs still needed from 30 deliveries. It is looking a little bit academic, though, as I think that the Porto Wanderers should probably pick this one up. Barring the biggest collapse you've seen of all time, I'm pretty confident that we'd see them pick this one up and deliver a win. And it will be their first win, because it's the first time we've seen them here in this Group B. So it's always good to get a first win when you get a win when you first play the games here. You'll play your first game here, let me say that properly, because that's really, really important. So you want to make sure that you're in the lead pack and you're not chasing that lead pack. So, new bowler in now. This is Ali. Ramoth Ali. He's bowling to Felix Hall, who hasn't seen a lot of action. Oh, it's short. Lucky to get away with that one. Just surprises the batsman when it gets up a little bit. It slowly rolls out. They almost could have run two, the way it slowly rolled out to the boundary at deep square leg. Almost comical the way that ball it kept rolling, but it just had no pace on it. So, Ramoth Ali now. Searching for that third wicket. Ooh, close with that one. Very close. Chambers looking to cut late. Could have easily got a little tickle on that, and the keeper would have been absolutely flying if he'd done that. Shout, hit him outside the line, I think. That was my first impression. And just bobs away on the leg side. No run, another dot ball though. And there's a chance. Oh, played uppishly, intentionally, but that man, he was probably just in a bit too close, and it bounces away for 4. Ifs and buts, which I don't like to speculate on, but if he was on the boundary line, could be a different story. But Chambers too good. Knew he was in the circle, and knew that shot was on. You see here the way he backpedals here, and he had to go a fair way back, and just couldn't do it. So luck not going the way of the Rangers, unfortunately for them. Goes forward then back, rocks, and puts it out towards point. Just a bit of a cover drive, cut drive, square drive. It's a drive. Searching for the words in my head. 6 overs are gone, 67 for 2 on the board. The run rate keeps dropping more and more every time I look at it, and the Porto Wanderers are marching towards a very good win here. Now you need 14, and if they can get 14 by the end of the next over, well, I think might be a bonus point in for him. Have a look at the batting card there. Bashir went for a first bowler, skied it, and it was well caught. And, of course, John Zinkas and Anthony Chambers have guided the innings very well thus far. We lost John Zinkas a couple of overs ago, but Chambers has taken over. And that's a lovely shot. That's a big, big cover drive for 6. And that's going to hurt. That is properly going to hurt the Rangers now. Kazi Kadir coming on and getting some treatment. So it's 8 runs needed. And I reckon Chambers is looking to finish that one this over. What do you say? Leg side, goes for the smush, and gets it. Basically keeps pulling that ball around the corner as it disappears down leg side. Would have been a leg side wide, of course, but I think Chambers said, "Nah, I'll have that." And that was, that was going to always go. Safest shot in the book, pretty much, when it's already going down leg. You know you're going to get a wide called if you miss it, but if you connect with that, you can really give some power. That's exactly what he's done. He's on 37 from 23, batting very well. Well, that's a funny old situation. It's given a wide. It's come off the keeper, and it's just skewed away for a single, and also a wide. So that'll be extra 2 runs to the score. 79 for 2. 2 runs away from victory now, the Porto Wanderers. Hits him on the pad, pretty much outside the line. No chance of an LB there. So it'll be Felix Hall who gets the hit down the ground. I think they're just going to settle for one here. Oh, it gets past. Well, neither batsman were watching there, but it got past the fielder, and I reckon they could have run that second one, but both batsmen were not looking. They were just happy just at the single and had their heads bowed. I'm sure there's no stress, there's no problem, there's so much time. And they'll take the quick single there, and that will wrap up the win for Porto Wanderers. A very good win, clinical run chase. Poor Rangers, they couldn't find any more wickets, unfortunately, and they desperately had to get Chambers out for sure just to stop the rot, and they weren't able to do so. 80 was probably never going to be a score able to be defended on this ground. That's just not enough. For me, past score is 120. If you've got 120, that's a great score because I think that could be defended, and also I think it can be chased. That's what we've seen so far in this European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal in the previous 24 matches. And this is match 25, done and dusted. And the Porto Wanderers will go down in the books as winning this one by 8 wickets. And they did it inside 7 overs as well. End up on 81 for 2. Yeah, 6.5 overs. So well done to them. 18 extras in that, 16 wides. That's just too many. Especially when you see it's only 6.5 overs. I mean, that's 41 legal deliveries, and there were 16 illegal deliveries. That's something teams really need to work on. This is just too much. And this is why teams lose, and this is why they get frustrated. Anthony Chambers leading from the front there, 38 from 24. Wonderful knock from him. John Zinkas, 22 from 11. Really showed a bit of firepower there in the centre and got the score moving at the right time. And in the bowling department, let's have a look. Mohammed Asaduzzaman, again, very economical and picks up a wicket, as he always does. Good work from him. Shout out Hossain at the start. Give him a shout out as well. Did quite well. 9 off his first over. Didn't come back for a second. They're probably going to save him for later. And Ramoth Ali at the bottom there, just 1 over for 6. Everyone else, they copped a little bit of stick. That's when Zinkas and Chambers were really going in the middle overs. Well, overs 3 and 4. And probably towards the back end of the second over. John Zinkas came in, took a few delivery. Well, his first delivery hit a 4, and then took a few little dots and then got going again. And see there the score. Rangers just not enough, unfortunately for them. 80 for 5 after 10. 81 chase down inside 7. So that is Porto Wanderers get their first win from their first game, and they're going to feel very, very excited about that. Make sure that they're in the front pack in this Group B. Remember, the Group B situation, we'll show the table probably later in the next match. The key thing there is to make sure you're in the top 2 or 3 all the way through, and then really push hard to get yourself into that top 2 position so you are assured of a position in the Super 5 that starts on... When's that starting? Starting on Sunday, June the 2nd. So that's not... that's next Sunday, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. Is that today's Sunday? So next Sunday. And that'll also actually be my last appearance here in the commentary box. Next Sunday. I'll be joined, of course, by Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandhu. Looking forward to that. He would be fresh from the England ECS and have a lot to talk about there for sure. And we will give you the action live in the comms here next Sunday when we start the Super 5. But for now, that is match 25 done and dusted. Good win to the Porto Wanderers. The return match will be starting in approximately... because this game finished early, I think we'll be back online maybe in about an hour. Just under an hour, actually. Probably about 55 minutes. So, take a long break, have a bite to eat, have a drink, have a chat to your friends, kiss your kids goodbye, and tell them to get out of the room because you're going to be watching the rest of the cricket here in an hour's time. Join me, Phil G, and I hope to see you here to watch the return match. Rangers looking to exact some revenge, possibly on Porto Wanderers. Wanderers looking to go 2 up against the Rangers and get a second win and make sure they're in touching distance of the top guys running in Group B. That's going to be the key thing to watch. So I'll say cheerio for now, and I'll see you back here in about 52 and a half minutes for match 26. Rangers take on Porto Wanderers in the return game. Should be good. See you then.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And it's a warm welcome back to the lovely Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Covo for the European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal. I'm Phil G, your host, commentator, and friend for the next couple of hours as we go through match 26 coming your way very soon. The Porto Wanderers go head-to-head again with the Rangers. Let's have a look at the toss.
We're going to have a bat. Porto Wanderers won the toss, elected to bat first.
As you see there, and as you can see on the field, the Porto Wanderers did indeed win the toss, and they chose to have a bat first. Have a look at the lineup there. The Rangers, that is an unchanged side from the side that just lost match 25 only an hour ago. And the Porto Wanderers, looks to me like there's just one change here. Jonathan Gunasakara comes into the side, and Premal Rajani is out. Otherwise, that is exactly as we saw earlier. So just the one change there. And the Rangers will be very keen to level the score at 1-1 tonight. Porto Wanderers had a good win. And because of that win, the percentages have switched around pretty much. Rangers now only 47% chance of winning, says the ECSN computer. And Porto Wanderers up to 53. But that's still kind of even. So we've seen a lot of percentages going the other way. Up-and-coming events, there's a lot going on. Tomorrow, England ECS kicks off. First time ever. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo will be there to take you through that. Then it's Netherlands, T20I for women. That's going to be fantastic. Towards midweek, towards the end of the week, 3 days there. Cyprus ECS starting Saturday. Then 2 weeks' time in Czechia in Prague, my hometown. And then July, we've got Romania and Hungary, ECS and ECIs. Plenty of cricket this summer coming your way. Plenty of T10 action. Stay on the European Cricket Network. We've got you covered. It's going to be a bumper summer. Before we get the first delivery in, shout out to everyone in the chat. Had a little problems with the feed there, but it was corrected just before play, so there's no delay. Hello to Kev, John Gray, Rob Thompson, and everyone else in the chat. Lovely to see you, and I hope you can have a lovely evening here with me. We start with a wide down leg side, fired down leg side by the opening bowler. That is Shahid Hossain, who usually starts the proceedings for the Rangers. And we've got Anthony Chambers facing that first delivery, along with Junaid Bashir. And Junaid will be very keen to not hole out for another golden derrick in this innings, as he did in the previous one. Can't have that happen, can we? And that is wide over the shoulder, down leg side, gets away from the keeper as well. Skews off, and they run an extra run as well. Not a lot of work needed there from Chambers to get out of the way of that one. So Hossain is... maybe he had a big dinner, just trying to get that radar in line, just trying to get his feel for the wicket. I'm sure he'll be right in just a moment. So, big match this one for the Rangers. This is a must-win for them to stay in touch with the teams in this Group B. Oh, just hit uppishly. Junaid Bashir living dangerously. It squirts out to into the shadows over there near the square boundary, about 3/4 way out there. Yeah, the fielder's looking in towards the right, wherever you are. Wicketkeeper especially, when he's got to take the ball being thrown in from the leg side to a right-hander, looking straight into a very low sun. Bit of a struggle there, and of course the fielder's on the offside, staring into the sun the whole time. So the next half hour will be tricky. Now, that was going to go leg side wide, and Chambers has just managed to get his boot or his leg onto it. It's a leg bye, signalled by the umpire, so he still hasn't got off the mark yet. So cautious start here, 5 for no loss, 2 deliveries in. Yeah, that sun is getting quite low in the sky already, and as viewers of this European Cricket Series tonight here in Portugal will know that at the Oval here in the Miranda do Covo, that during this first innings of the second match, the shadows lengthen and staring at the sun can be pretty tricky for the fieldsman. It's gone leg side again. He's almost clipped that directly to the fielder out of 45. That's lucky. Natural lucky out there, but it has evaded him and has gone wide, and that is nicely shot for 4. Gets in position. Would have been a leg side wide. Gets it off the toes. Does Junaid. So Junaid Bashir is moving along. First 4 of the innings for the Porto Wanderers. They had a good win in the previous match too. If you missed that, they chased down a required 81 runs within the 7 overs. So they picked up 4 points for that match, 3 points for the win, and 1 bonus point. Hit uppishly, intentionally, with a lot of power as well, and that has carried the boundary line for 6. That's a great shot. That's a very good shot. Clever. Wide, short. That sort of delivery should get that sort of treatment every time you see it. So Bashir has put that golden derrick from the previous match well and truly behind him, and he's off and running now. 11 from 3. Anthony Chambers just faced the 1 delivery and only managed to get off with leg by, so he's still on 0. 15 without loss. Hossain puts it better on the mark there, just gets clipped out into the covers, just for a single, straight to the player. Yeah, and as I was saying before about the conditions here at the moment, it's a bit tough for the fielders on the offside, staring straight into the sun. Very difficult for catches, sharp catches that come to them, especially if they're low shots that come in, eye level. That could be trouble. That's been smashed with authority. Cut beautifully just in front of point. 4 runs as soon as it left the bat, and that gets Chambers off the mark. And that gets the over to an end. Expensive start, 20 off the first over. Porto Wanderers on their way now. Rob Thompson there in the chat. Hello there, Rob. It's raining where you are. Oh, that's not good. But you're in New Zealand, so it's good for the garden. So, new bowler comes on, and they've immediately gone to Asaduzzaman. Now, he's a bit of a wicket taker, and he's very economical. I've seen him bowl 3 times now in this competition, and he has been very, very tight with the bowling. Picked up a 3 for 3 a couple of nights ago. He's deceptively quick off a short run. For a short guy, he also gets a fair bit of lift off the carpet as well. And he can dart them in quite fast. Let's see how he goes. Starts with a dot, though. Bashir facing. As I said, Rangers will be really keen to put on a show here. Prove to the competition that they're not the easy beats. Well, that's been belted down the ground, but it could be a catching opportunity. 2 players. And catch is well taken, well held. Right in front of me here, Rahman. Good catch. Very good catch. It was in the air for a long, long time, and he had a bit of pressure coming to him with Mirza Noman, who wanted the catch as well. Camera eventually catches it, follows it into the hands. Good take. Just in front of me. And, well, I got to say, Asaduzzaman, he had a catch dropped in his first over in the previous match, and he was absolutely ropeable when that happened, giving glares to the fielder. I don't remember who the fielder was, but I think that fielder was very much hiding away. But nothing to do there. Very good catch. 2 fielders were converging. I thought for a minute there could have been a clash. But for the Rangers, they pick up the first wicket. That's Ubaydor Rahman fielding in front of the commentary position, took a well-judged outfield catch. It was in the air for a long time. So, breakthrough. Junaid Bashir is back in the sheds after a lightning start. That brings out Zinkas, who is a very dangerous customer. The ball is stopped near the boundary line. They scamper back for a second pretty easily by the end. Fieldsman just overrun a bit too far and couldn't field it cleanly. So, Asaduzzaman strikes. He's got 1 for 2. The Rangers will really want to get another wicket out of him in this over, I'd say. Just really need something here. They need a bit of luck going their way too. They had no luck in their previous match, whether they were batting or bowling. Their catches were getting dropped, and their shots weren't getting to the boundary. They really struggled. So let's see them get some luck here. Well, that's up in the air as well. Fielder's under it. And he's taken the catch. Very happy man. He's taken the catch. Asaduzzaman's a very happy man too. Smiles all round. The Rangers have got rid of Zinkas. Can you believe it? He's going for a second ball too. Look at this. This does go in the air for a long time. Plenty of time to settle. Into the pouch. Doesn't spill it. Well, just when I said that the team will want a second wicket from this bowler, they strike and they get that second wicket. So they're going to be a bit buoyed now. That 20 off the first over was quite damaging. But now, 2 wickets suddenly in the second over. It is 22 for 2. Richie Benaud, tip my hat to you, my friend. Well, he wasn't really my friend. I never knew him. But I tip my hat to you. And we all do. So, 1 point for overs gone. 2 more balls to come in this over. And suddenly the brakes have been put on. Chambers is still there at the non-striker's end. But the new batsman to face the music now. It's Felix Hall. Gets a lifter. He tentatively half chases it. Maybe didn't need to. So we saw a little bit of Felix Hall in the previous match. He really played a second fiddle to Chambers when after Zinkas was dismissed for a quick-fire 22. And he batted well, strongly. That's probably why he's in where he is. And he's hit that beautifully. Clipped off the toes, gone a lot finer than the fielder out there thought. And that's gone at about a 45. Lovely shot. 4. Gets off the mark. So that's the end of the over. So 2 wickets from that over. The Rangers will be very happy about that. 2 for 6 is Asaduzzaman. And, well, Porto Wanderers, they're 26 for 2 in the second. 26 for 2 after the second even. Let's have a look at the table. So there's the two teams. Wanderers there in third, Rangers languishing at the bottom. Porto Wanderers with a good run rate, as much as Oarish and Coimbra Knights have as well. So they want to get a second win here to make sure they stay in touch with those two teams. And that would be really key for them. It's the start of this group. You're going to play, when you play your games, these 2 back-to-back games, you really want to make sure you get the 2 wins in the bag, because the other teams will get away from you and you don't have a lot of room to catch up. You don't have a lot of time, don't have a lot of games. Krista Ward in the chat. Hello there, Chris. And Kev noted the Richie Benaud too. Well done. It's just high up on the pad. And scamper through for a leg bye. Signalled by the umpire. Chambers still on 4 from 2 deliveries. And Hall 4, well, from 3 deliveries actually. And Hall is 4 from 2 deliveries. And this is Rahman who is bowling after taking that very good outfield catch in the previous over. Well, no one's catching that. That's going to come down with icicles. That is massive. Goodness me, that sounded good. Felix Hall just leaned into that one and just with little effort. I couldn't even get the word out. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the shot again, but if you watch the way he played that shot, he just got in position and stood tall and went bang. There was no big swipe across the line. He hit through the ball. And that's a lesson for some of the batsmen we've seen thus far in this competition. You don't have to hit across the line, hit through the ball. Or when he tries to get a tickle through the keeper, gives himself a bit of room there and almost undoes all the good compliment I just gave him. Lovely work, Felix. I like Naps back in the chat as well. Good to see you there. Hello, Dead in the chat. Everyone's coming in there. Phil G. Oh, no, that's me. I just saw my comments at the top of the page. I just started rattling off. That's really silly, Phil. Don't do that. Ramming in again. 33 for 2. It's punched down the ground. It's gone through the fielder's legs and 4 runs. Well, that's a little bit of a muck up there. Should have had that covered. Wasn't a lot in the shot. It was more of a forward prod than a full-blooded drive. And unfortunately for Avijit Ghosh, oh my gosh, straight through. There, I finally got to say it. Bowler in. He's pushed that a bit wide. Just trying to tempt the batsman outside the off stump. And just played a little bit too wide there. And the batsman not having anything to do with that. So, Felix Hall getting on with the job. He's 14 from 5. Chambers, he's 4 from 3, holding down the non-strikers end. Hasn't had much of the strike. Could be on here for a good score. The Porto Wanderers. They have lost 2, including Zinkas and Bashir, the opener. It's been clipped leg side. Fielder is also bamboozled by a bounce. He struggled to get into position to field that ball, and in the end, he made a complete meal of it. And again, it's gone through his legs, and 4 runs. So Hall capitalising here on some field work that probably needs to be polished a bit better. Have a look at that. Overran it. and no real excuse for that one. Looks like that was Mirza Noman out there. So we've got one more to come. 42 for 2. Last ball of the power play coming. Swing and a miss. Well, you got Felix going for gold there. Went for the big swing. And that will be the end of the third. So the score does remain at 42 for 2. Power play is done and dusted in the bag. Rahman goes for 15 off his over. A bit too expensive there. And the Porto Wanderers, yes, they've lost 2, including Zinkas, and they've also lost Junaid Bashir, but they've got Anthony Chambers and Felix Hall, who's really starting to open the shoulders there and start swinging hard. That lofted shot for 6 over deep mid wicket, hitting through the ball, which is always the way that's going to guarantee you a 6. Well, not necessarily guarantee 6. If you hit through the ball, you can hit it to a player, but he lofted it beautifully. Go back and have a look at that if you missed it. Great shot. Better than swinging across the line. That's the point I'm trying to make. So, Ramath Ali comes on. Oh, I think they got a tickle. Umpire doesn't think he got a tickle. Oh, that's interesting. Umpire said he didn't hear anything. Also because there was noise in the field. Yep, that's fair enough. Good work from the umpire there. Bowls a bouncer for no apparent reason. So, Ramath Ali, a little bit angry there that the caught behind wasn't given. Umpire quite rightly says, I was not in a position to hear that. Chambers survives. And that's been crunched out to the point boundary. Gets down, gets behind it, the fielder out there, and gets a throw back. So it's just a single. So, 43 for 2, halfway through the fourth. Ramath Ali trying to put the brakes on here, trying to eke out another wicket maybe as well. And he's gone down the ground. No, it just bounces in front of the fielder who can't stop it. He was in 2 minds about whether to go for the catch, and then he couldn't stop it. Bounced just in front of his feet, and that has gone for 4. So again, the Rangers, no luck going their way. That's tough. That's tough for them in the field. That's really difficult. Got a feel for them because they're trying. They're really pulling out the stops here. They picked up 2 quick wickets. They're buoyed. That's short, and that's been punched out to the fielder. He's managed to get something on it, and he has stopped it getting to the boundary, though. That's Azad Duzzaman out there. I hope he's all right. He's hunched over a bit. Hope he didn't take a bad bounce. No, he gets a pat on the back for his troubles. Hopefully he's all right. Ramath Ali, last ball of an eventful over. Bowls it short down leg side. No ball is signalled by the umpire. And a bye is run as well. No ball as shown by the umpire. So we'll try that last ball, the over, one more time, folks. I like Naps jumping onto the gosh pun. Thank you very much. Anyone else want to pile in on top of that? You go for it. It's a bit easy. It's fun though. I'm sure a gosh won't mind. So free hit given has been signalled. Here it comes. And that is over the stand. 6. Absolutely crunched over extra cover. And that will bring up the 50. Sorry, the previous shot brought up the 50. My apologies. 56 for 2 after 4. Hall is on 29. Chambers on 5. And the Porto Wanderers have really gotten on here. That run rate just starting to edge back up again. You see those 2 quick wickets brought the run rate down slightly. And then it's going to boost back up again. It's around about 15 and over right now. Great start in the first over. 20 off the first over. That's why you see that very strange spike. Looks almost like the people's eyebrow. I wonder if anyone in the chat will get that. So Mirza Noman is going to come into the attack. Puts it out wide and gets the batsman swinging. That's what they want. You're not going to get a caught behind or a caught in the field if he's not swinging. Tempts him. And Chambers doesn't connect. Ringer fields when they're on the offside waiting for that opportunity. They do have a hard time staring to the sun, while the batsman is actually bathed in the shadows there. That's a nice tighter delivery there. Gets two past the swinging blade. Good bowling. That's encouraging for the Rangers. That's good bowling. Have a look at this again. Came in a bit tighter. Yeah, good delivery of that. A few more of these. They really need this. Stop the momentum. Get a bit of luck going in their way, I think. It's a bit straighter. Not sure if the bowler got a little something on that. It slows down as it gets down to long on. Rahman in front of me here with the fielding duties. And just the single, 57 for 2, halfway through the fifth. So Hall just checking his guard once again. He's on strike, big hitter. He's 29 from 10. Oh, and he goes for that shot again where he hits through the ball, but just wasn't close enough to that one. I think he's chastised himself a little bit too, because I reckon his eyes lit up when he saw the length on that delivery, and he just missed the line. It's good over this. Norman's got to try to keep this over nice and tight. 2 more balls to come. Well, that's straighter. Just one, couple of bounces, or almost got past the fieldsman as it took a little bit of a turn. Just a bit of a turn. Asa Dusselman does really well to stop the boundary for starters. Fires in a return. Had Chambers absolutely scrambling to get in there. But they get a couple. 59 for 2 now. Last ball of the fifth coming up. Good walk around by the Rangers. They're pumped. They're not going to go down without a fight, that's for sure. Bowls it short. Oh, a bit of a premeditated idea there was because they felt the batsman was going to try to charge out of his crease. Keeper was up for the challenge to try to throw the stumps down, and that ends a very good over from Noman. He only gives away 3 runs, and the Rangers can suddenly feel a bit better about themselves because that was a very good over. Only 3 from it. Yeah, there was a definite plan there, I felt. Get the short ball past the batsman really quickly, because if he charges out and the wicket-keeper's on to try to run him out before he can make his ground back, and they weren't that far away. Good thinking. 59 for 2, 5 overs gone. We're halfway through the innings now, and it's going to be Rahman to come back on. He's going to finish his bowling spell with this over. Already taken a very good catch in the outfield, just down here, right in front of me actually, not too far from the commentary position. As the ball was coming in, I was trying to be very careful not to yell out too much. That's a good delivery, but it's been played even better. Kept a little bit low, but it was coming into the pad, sort of aim for leg stump. But Chambers just too good off his pads. Just whips it around the corner, backward to square. 4 runs. See Trip in the chat. Good to see you, Trip. Thanks for joining us this evening. Oh, good delivery. Good lift. Good extra pace there. Smile on the face of the bowler. He enjoyed that. Right, wherever you are watching around the world, hope you're enjoying this cricket coming to you from Rounded the Kovo. You're watching the European Cricket Series at night. Here with me, Phil G, on comms, taking you right through to the Super 5 that starts on Sunday, June 2nd. I'm pretty sure that was going down leg. It's straightened slightly, but nowhere near enough. And I like naps. I think you picked up my reference. Well done. The reference about the people's eyebrow. Good for you. Okay, bowler in again. Whoa. I think it was a bit of a change of pace there, and he's a bit unlucky not to knock the timber over. Have a look at this delivery again. That was a lovely ball. Had Chambers driving. Just not getting to the pitch. Okay, maybe not get a replay on that one. That's fine. We'll go to the next delivery, which is live. Here it comes. Oh, lucky he got a bit of an edge onto the pad there. I think that was also on line of the stumps. Good bowling here. Much better over from Rahman here. He's still got one to come. If he can keep this to a dot or maybe one, this would have been a very good over and a very successful putting on the brakes of the Porto Wanderers. The run rate's definitely slowed. Very good over previously as well from Noman. Here we go. Last ball of the over. And another good delivery. That's just genuine pace, good delivery. And Chambers is very annoyed with himself there. 6 overs gone, 63 for 2 on the board. The run rate is drying up. Some very good bowling. The Porto Wanderers are wondering why they're not getting the runs on the board. And the Rangers are tightening the screws and getting better and better as the overs are going on. Felix Hall, though, 31 from 13. He's playing a lovely hand out there. Chambers, 10 from 16. Getting bogged down. And I detect a little bit of frustration there as well towards the end of that over. There's been 8 extras as well. 63 for 2 after 6. And the Rangers' last 2 overs haven't given too much away. That's 2 very good overs in a row. And that's turning the screws and putting the pressure back on the batsman, not letting the batsman dictate terms. That's what the Rangers want. They don't want to be chasing 120, 130 when it's their turn to bat. If they're chasing 100, 110, game on. Here we go. Mirza Norman in again. Oh, there's an edge just to the right of the keeper. Put out the mitt, didn't go in, and fielded by third man down there. Just the one. So Hall is he's been smacking the ball around, but he hasn't really had a chance the last couple of overs to get up to the striker's end and let rip. Unfortunately, Chambers sort of getting bogged down up there. Having said that, he'll probably break out now. Hits him on the pad, definitely outside the line. They get away just a leg by. So no matter what, the Wanderers are still keeping that scoreboard ticking over. Singles, if there's no 4 or 6, there's definitely a single. They're doing really well in that respect. Get that scoreboard ticking over. Never let it get stagnant. Oh man, in again. Just that little stuttering start and the short run up. And that's been connected. And that's what we saw of Felix Hall a couple of overs ago. And he's resumed broadcast. And that has gone over the fence for 6. Massive hit, good shot. He moves to 38 off 15. So Norman just letting down the team with just a loose delivery after those 2 very good overs previously, which yielded not many runs. Really put the brakes on. That's going to give the Wanderers a little bit of breathing space now. They move to 71 for 2. They're halfway through the 7th. See, the bowler can bring it back here. And he can. Good dot ball. Pretty straight. Wicket keeper trying to keep the batsman honest, keep him in his crease. Good work there behind the stumps. You see Trip Denny, our last week of Phil. It is indeed my last week here in Portugal coming up. I've been here for almost 2 weeks. It'll be 2 weeks from tomorrow. Well, we started on Tuesday here, didn't we? So 2 weeks from Tuesday I would be broadcasting in the commentary position here. And, yep, my stint comes to an end next Sunday when we start the Super 5 games. So the first 2 matches, I'll call them here with Vinny, with Mr. Maximo. And another good delivery. Really good delivery. That's good bowling. Taking a risk there, just slightly short, but going through at a pretty good height. Have a look at this one again. Yes, really straight and slightly down the line as well. So he's thinking now. He's thinking, I don't want to get hit for another 6. I've got to keep it economical. If I can't get wickets, I need dots. Absolutely, that's what the bowler should be thinking. Every ball on its merits. And that's probably what the batsman's thinking as he puts that one over cow corner. And I can hear it hitting something metallic. I hear a dong, dong. Not sure what that was. It might have been the head of our PM. Who knows? Anyway, it's all good. It's 6. It's a big hit. The Porto Wanderers go to 77 for 2. 7 overs gone. Now, if my math is correct, that is 11 runs per over their current run rate. So we're in the region of 110 to 120 now. That could be a possible score they may reach. Only 2 wickets down. That's the big deal. Rangers really need to eke these 2 out And it's wicket taker Mohammad Asaduzzaman. He's going to come back. If he can get 1 or 2 here, Rangers are well and truly going to be hanging on, doing quite well there. We'll see. It's Chambers now. He's had a few dots. He's gone up, and is it going to carry? It's going to carry the line for 6. That's a lovely shot. Over the covers, 6 runs. And as I said, he's had a few dots, but a couple of hits like that, and suddenly he's going to be back in a good strike rate area. So it doesn't take much. So Asaduzzaman suddenly gets taken down the ground for a 6. See how he comes back from that. And he gets knocked to the other side of the field over cow corner over deep mid wicket for a second 6. And Chambers now deciding that in this final 3 overs, let's just do it. Let's put the foot down. And they do need to put the foot down, the Porto Wanderers. They were getting bogged down at 11 runs and over with 2 wickets only lost. You've got all those other wickets in the shed. Surely be accelerating it during the 6th over and the 7th over. And now here we are in the 8th. And there's been 2 big hits back to back. See if Chambers can make a hat-trick of 6s. He can't. That's a sharpish delivery. Very sharp delivery. And the umpire just signalling to all the players that that is the bouncer for the over. There's not going to be any more of those. If there are, there will be repercussions. 89 for 2. Halfway through the 8th. It's been clipped backward of square. It's going to run away to the light tower. There is no fielder down there. The fielders are all in front of the wicket at deep mid wicket. Someone on the square boundary, but again, really at mid-pitch sort of level. There is no one at all from that fielder all the way around to third man. There is everything on leg side. So if he's going to bowl it straight, he's going to get taken there all the time. Well, he hits that to one of the fieldsmen. Does Chambers, and they just get a single. But yeah, that gap behind the umpire is huge. There is no one fielding down there. So anything drifting towards leg or even on middle can be tucked around the corner, and that will run away. 94 for 2. Last ball of the 8th, and the last ball of Mohammad Asaduzzaman. As he gets taken up in the air, there could be a catch here. Noman takes the catch. Well done. He juggled it just a little bit at the end there, Mirza, but he's taken it anyway, and they're very happy to see the back of Felix. So he played a very good 44 off 18 deliveries. He'll get a good round of applause from his teammates when he walks back. You can hear the clapping now. Good innings. Good catch. It was juggled and bobbled about a bit, but it was held. Mohammad Asaduzzaman gets 3. And the Rangers get rid of a batsman who was really starting to let loose, aiming for a 50. He was only 1 shot away from it, and unfortunately, that for him, that shot just got a bit too much airtime and didn't get enough ground coverage. And so he's out. He's gone. 94 for 3, 8 overs gone, 2 overs to come. So this is Pasindu. He's the new batsman out there. Abaga Hadawaj. There you go. Pasindu Abaga Hadawaj. People might be scared to try to say that in one go. I've just done it. I feel really good about myself. Just get headphones off and give myself a pat on the back. There we go. Well done, Phil. Earned your money here tonight, mate. So, new bowler coming on is Hossain to complete his 2 overs. 94 for 3. Where's the score going to end up? Between 110 and 120, we're thinking. But these 2 batsmen have to work pretty hard. The batsman was at the wrong end. Maybe they didn't realise it was the end of the over. Obviously, the rule we have here, which is the new batsman always faces the new delivery, unless, of course, it's the end of the over. So Chambers will get to face Hossain. Let's try to say that a bit too quick, didn't I? Bowler in. Hit down the ground. It's come straight to the commentary position. Good work here in front of me by Rahman. Stops it. Stops the ball. If had gotten through him there, it would have literally come straight to my feet. 95 for 3. So Chambers gets the single. He's on 28 from 23. Abahadawaja, he's now facing. He gets to see his first delivery and see what he can do. Hossain steaming in. Oh, he goes for an agricultural swipe. Spins himself around at the same time. Bit of a... I know it's not a tail ender, but it was a bit of a tail ender. Whoosh! Oh, I can hit this, he says. Watch me. I'm sure he can, and I know he will. He connects with one of those. Well, we're going to have grizzlies going everywhere through the sky. There's another swing, this time outside, off stump, really quite wide. Had him chasing, he was nowhere near that though. That's 2 dot balls. I like that. Thanks for that. That's Pat Worthy, mate. Yes, it certainly was. I didn't even practice it, honestly. Hand on my heart, I didn't practice that before the name came up. I thought, I'm going to have a crack at that. Bowler in. Well, they're going to run a bye. I think Chambers had seen enough. And I think any opportunity he was going to get to that end to get his man off strike, he was going to take. And they run that bye. Umpire says, I agree, that was a bye. Score goes 96 for 3. Expected score still, well, computer says 112 now. There's 8 deliveries left, and Chambers is going to want to face as many of those as he possibly can to try to get that score up. Rangers done well though to peg them back. It's not a bad shot. That's going to be one bounce, and the fielder just tries to slap it back. He almost got to it. One bounce, 4 runs. Good shot. Didn't find the elevation he wanted though. And that brings up the 100. Porto Wanderers, 100 for 3. And it's the last ball of the 9th coming their way. So well done for them with the 100 up. And a swing and a miss. Straight away, Chambers knew the keeper was going to try and throw the stumps down. He spun around like a top and put the bat in the ground just to make sure it was going to get run out. And that's where the 9th over finishes with a dot ball. 100 for 3 after 9. And Chambers on 32 from 25 deliveries. He's the man who needs to get the strike, and that's the conversation he's having right now. Yeah, I can tell that. That's definitely the conversation he's having with his batting partner there. Agaba Hadawaj and him are talking about this. What do we do? If the keeper spills it, we run. If you get contact on it, we run. Don't try and belt the cover. Get me up there. Surely that's the conversation. I know you're out there as a batsman. You've come in at third drop. Just get me on strike. Surely that's the conversation Chambers just had with him there. Abaga Hadawaj, what's he going to do here? And the bowler, what's he going to do here too? It's Kazi Kadir. It's the first time we've seen him in this match. Well, this is interesting, isn't it? Because after I made that little, this is what the conversation was. Oh, no. I guarantee Pasindu has just gone, you know what? If it's going to be the slow spin bowler, I'm going to try and put him out of the park. It hasn't worked. And Chambers, I think he's a little gutted about that, because that would have been the chat, was get me on strike, just get a single, let me get up there, let me get up there and take care of the rest of this innings. That would be the best thing you can do as a teammate, as my fellow batsman. What do you say? And it didn't happen, unfortunately. And now the new batsman's come out. And that looks like that's Jonathan Gunasekara. And let's see what he can do with these next 5 deliveries coming. Score still on 100. 100 for 4. In the 10th, 5 deliveries left in this innings. And I have to say, I think the Porto Wanderers are going to probably fall a bit short of where we thought they'd end up. At one point, they were aiming for the 120 mark, maybe 125. And at the moment, I think 110 will be a good finish for them. Although, bang! Good shot to start with. And Jonathan Gunasekara is striking at 600% at the moment with that hit. Umpire has a look at the ball and says, yep, that's still mostly round. Let's keep going. 4 deliveries left, 106 for 4. Oh, he's missed out there, I reckon. Well, there's no one at the stumps to back that up. They won't take another one, though, because Chambers wants to be there. So it's fair enough the keeper had a shy, knowing that that was going to happen. But I reckon the bowler got away with that one, because that was a Gundy ball, wide, short, going down leg. And that was just, I thought he was going to get onto that one, absolutely smashed it into the light tower. and maintain his 600% strike rate. But nope, leg by. That's gone like a rocket. Absolute rocket. Square drive, lovely shot, standing up straight. About placing the ball. Didn't go for the swipe across the line to cow corner, as most batsmen will do. He played the ball on its merits and punched it with a lovely square drive. 4 runs. Lord Nelson, 111 for 4, 2 balls to go. And that has gone fine. And that's gotten away from him as well. It's another boundary. And this is exactly what Chambers wanted. That's what he wanted from his previous batting partner, Abaga Harawaj. And you let him down, unfortunately. Couldn't turn over the strike. And I'm sure Chambers and him had that conversation. I don't want to hark on about it. I'm sure they had that chat. But, yeah, and he was not very happy with him, I could tell. I think the chat could tell as well. So, last ball of the innings. And it's out of the park. Out of the park and into the car park. No, not the car park. It just ricocheted back in. I could see Falik Zeb from the Miranda Dragons fielding down there, doing a wonderful job, as all the ball boys and volunteers at the ground are doing a fantastic job as well. So the score is 121 for 4. They get to the 120. Some big hitting at the end. Kadir goes for 20 off his over. He gets a consolation pat on the back from his teammate. But unfortunately, I think he's really taken the foot off the throat there. If they could have maybe just kept that last over to 10 or even less than 10, I would say the Rangers would be absolutely in with a red-hot chance of causing an upset and getting their first win on the board. But as it is, they're chasing 121. You may say, well, Phil, you're only talking about 11 or 12 runs. Yeah, well, 11 or 12 runs, that's a winning difference in T10. That's what it's all about. So the batsmen are coming back. Chambers getting a very warm round of applause from his Porto Wanderer teammates. A few pats on the back, handshakes all around there. They appreciate what he did. Stood up as a captain. Really carried his bat all the way through the 10 overs. Missed a bit of the strike. And in the early part, when everybody was falling down, Junaid Bashir did well at the top there. Look, he got a quick fire 12. It was only 12 runs, but he got it quickly. John Zinkas didn't hang around at all. Didn't really add to what he did in the previous game. Felix Hall came in. He took over. 44 from 19, really got on with it. And you can see there with Chambers' strike rate, 46 from 28 balls. Yeah, he was getting bogged down a little bit in the middle there. But in the last couple of overs, he really found himself again and absolutely went ballistic. Took the bowling apart. You can see there, a couple of bowlers there. Well, not bad economy rates, to be perfectly honest. Actually not bad. Mirza Noman, those 2 overs, it went for 16 runs, but he actually bowled really well, I thought. Mohammed Azaduzman picked up 3. He was a little bit expensive as well, especially that last over. They really got after him when he bowled there. And that last one from Kazi Kadir, well, unfortunately, Kazi Kadir went for 20. He may have picked up a wicket, but the key thing in that last over was to really keep the runs down. He didn't succeed in doing that. And as my friend Kroom in the chat says, Kev, you're correct. That was a very handy last over. I think without that last over, there could have been a little bit of trouble, but who knows? So that's how it looks at the midway point. As I said, give a shout out to Anthony Chambers and Felix Hall for their two 40-somethings they picked up. Really good. Junaid Bashir with a quick fire 12. Small cameo at the top there. Well, the Rangers need 122 runs in 60 balls. Now, when they posted 125 on Friday night, the Coimbra Knights chased that down and got it on the last delivery. So the Rangers, the Rangers are going to have a bit of a think about this and say, well, we were in the opposite of this position. This is what we have to chase. We can do this because we've made that score before. We have to just do it under lights. The lights are on. There's still a bit of sunlight coming over, but that sunlight will probably disappear in about 20 minutes' time. I'm not sure what time sunset is here, but I've got a feeling it's in the next 20 minutes. The shadows are very long. When we come back, the lights will be almost in full effect, and it should be a lovely evening of cricket with the run chase. Rangers need 122 off their 10 overs, and we're going to recommence here in about 7 or 8 minutes. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network, just putting a pin in that for now. And I will see you back here shortly. You're watching the European Cricket Series at night, coming to you from Portugal. Don't go too far.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Well, the shadows are lengthening here. The sun has almost said goodnight for the day, and we're about to resume here in match 26 here tonight in Miranda de Kovel. Just a reminder, Netherlands women versus Italy women. That's coming up next week on Tuesday the 28th. Series running for 3 days. Tune into that here on the European Cricket Network. That's going to be fantastic stuff. And it's been 2 matches since the Golden Ball. 2 matches, because we had one today. If you're watching the ECI action coming to you from Estonia, you would have seen match 5 there, ended in a golden ball. Well done to Malta for picking that up. Tomorrow, European Cricket Series is in England for the first time, and that's running for the week, and Monday through Friday. So 5 matches tomorrow. Spencer, Tunbridge Wells start things off, then Twickenham, Tunbridge Wells. Spencer versus Wimbledon, Wimbledon versus Twickenham, and then Spencer versus Twickenham. So double headers there are galore. And we've got action here tomorrow night, Monday night, here at the Miranda de Kovel Estadio Municipal. Return of the Coimbra Knights, going to take on the Fighters in 2 matches back-to-back. Coimbra Knights, this is their home ground. They share this obviously with the Miranda Dragons, and the Fighters looking to get back to some winning action. So let's see how that goes. That's going to be exciting. They were defeated last night by the team from Oares twice, so the Fighters are going to be languishing at the bottom of the Group B table, and they're going to want to have to get those wins to really stay in touch with these teams that are starting to charge away. We've picked up a couple of wins, including the Coimbra Knights and Oares, and it's looking like Porto Wanderers may be the other team that's going to be on 2 wins, but they have to do a bit of work here to defend this score. Defending a score of 121, the target is 122. The Rangers are going to have to pull out every trick in the book to win this. Mohammed Azaduzman, probably their best batsman, is on strike. And Zinkas is starting us off. Played with soft hands, just drops it down on the... just in front of point. He runs in, overruns it, and they pick up a single to start with. And it would be Tahir Ahmed is going to continue and try to get things moving along. In the previous match, he really didn't disturb the scorers very much. In fact, I think he went for a bit of a derrick. So, Zinkas in again. Lovely delivery. Just has the batsman trying to play a forward defence that he really didn't look too comfortable with. Good delivery, good start. So, in case you missed it, 122 is the target. Still need 120 on runs. And we've only just started the run chase. Puts it in short. Batsman sees it and swivels straight away and punches that out behind square. Good shot. Good anticipation to get on top of that one. Bang, 4 runs. Tahir Ahmed is off and running with a boundary. The run chase is on. John Gray in the chat making a good comment. Expect that last over to push this one out of reach of the Rangers. I think he might be onto something there. Oh, it's just got up a little bit on him, and he plays it with like a standing defence shot, and it ricochets down towards third man. Yeah, John, I agree with that. I felt that last over really got away from them. Oh, coffee alert. It is the standard coffee alert. Thank you very much. Oh, get the top up with lollies as well. Everything's going my way. It's all going Phil's way. Zinkas in again. Now, that came off the pad or a leading edge, but that has missed the keeper. And just gone behind there, wait for the call from the umpire. What does he say? He says it came off just the pad, didn't come off the bat. The bowler's reaction was as though maybe it came off a little bit of bat, but not to be. So, yeah, I think that's something the Rangers would think about, is that last over was worth 20 runs, and that was 20 runs they could not afford to give away in that last over. No, swing and a miss, so... Tahir Ahmed hit that really good 4 when the ball came into him, and he finishes with a dot ball that he only looked like maybe feathering an edge to. So 7 runs on the board. First over is done, and Zinkas runs to his position at deep mid-wicket, and he'll come back probably for the 3rd over. And the run chase is on. Computer is probably pretty accurate there, giving it a 30-70 percentage chance split in favour of the Wanderers. I think this over and the next, I think, will really set the scene. We'll see. Bashir. Now they run through for a quick single. Just leg by. Definitely hit him outside the line. So as a doesman, he's only faced 2 deliveries, and he'll want to be there right at the end to give them any kind of chance of picking up a win here. But there's still a lot of cricket to go in this match. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you're watching in the world. And that just moves away down leg side for a leg side wide. Rare wide from the Porto Wanderers. I think their bowling's been pretty good today. And shout out to everyone else in the chat. Hello there to Rob Thompson, Steve McVeigh's there. Chris Smith dropped in. Obviously Christopher Ward, Trip Denny. John Gray, as I mentioned before. And of course Kev. And that's a bit of a shocking wide, that one. Very wide of the crease on the offside. Made the keeper do all sorts of work to stop that. 10 without loss in the second. Couple of wides in a row. Bashir needs to tighten things up a bit here. 112 needed from 53. Well, he's bowled another wide, leg side, so they're going to take the wide and 1. And just a little bit of sloppy bowling here. Needs to get on top of that. 3 wides in a row. I think Anthony Chambers, the skipper, is going to hand the ball back to his bowler and just give him a little fist bump and say, come on. You know what's got to be done here. Okay, Bashir coming in again. Wow, that's much better. Yep, a few hoots around the ground, as I think his teammates are saying. See, that's what we want to see. Had the batsman, the in-form batsman, playing at that with a weird sort of like put the bat out there, and if you probably get an edge, nothing else would come from that kind of shot apart from an edge. Gives them a charge. It's a leg side wide again. Keeper misses it, and they're going to run it extra as well. So the extras are starting to mount up here. They're definitely the top score at the moment. We'll see. Trip Denny saying he's got a feeling. I have to get you to expand on that. Yeah, good delivery. Swing and a miss. Ahmed just having a swipe. Not much movement of the feet there. Not really watching the ball onto the bat. On the offside, you've got a point, backward point, a cover fieldsman as always. A third man, fairly wideish. He's not fine. And stumps everywhere. Wickets akimbo. And he's been absolutely clean bowled. Boom, done. First wicket down. Tahi Ahmed he just didn't look comfortable. Yes, he played a really good shot for 4, but ever since that shot, it's just been not great. And he used up a lot of duck balls. Didn't look very confident. And for a bit of toil and for a few wide deliveries, that's ends up being quite well bowled for Junaid Bashir as he picks up a wicket. And his skipper just giving him a little bit of encouragement there. You know, when he's not bowling wides, I've got to say, Bashir looks like the real deal. Chris Smith, he has a feeling that PW are going to lose. Well, I tell you what, let's have that discussion around sort of the 8th or 9th over, because I think this is going to go right down to the final ball today. Just get that feeling. And I think it'd be so good for the Rangers to not capitulate, and it'd be so good for this game to go as a close match. I think we deserve one tonight. Just to finish off the Sunday. That just strikes the batsman on the pad pretty front on. No chance for an appeal there. Still 108 runs needed from 49 deliveries. There's still a lot of work to do here. That run rate now at 13.22. Once it starts getting into the 14s, you blink and suddenly it's up to 16s. And then if you blink again, it's into 18s. It just jumps so quickly. Just a bit of caution here now from the Rangers. Rahman's the new batsman in. And he's just happy to play a dot ball. And that finishes the second over. Successful over. It took a little while to get there. We had a few wides there. And a few extra runs as well. So 14 for 1. Second over done. And, where's this going to go? Where do you think? Let's have a look at the the standings for Group B. Coimbra Knights and Oarish at the top there, both on 7 points. Porto Wanderers in third on 4 points. If they can do well here and bowl the Rangers out for cheap, then who knows? Maybe they can pick up a bonus point, even go top of the table. But if they could just win the game, then they sit equal top of the table. Then they'll just be placed on run rate. If the Rangers win, well, they'll open their account and they'll be really happy. There's a chance for a terrific diving catch in the outfield. Absolute blinder. Lovely catch. His teammates all are running to him to get around him. That's a proper get around. Look at this. Tucks it around the corner. This is the dangerous as a dozen. That's a really good catch. Diving forward, landing on your face like that with your elbows exposed. Lovely stuff. And can I just say, oh my gosh, that was a good catch. Avijit Ghosh with the catch. Lovely stuff. So the second wicket falls at the start of the third, and suddenly the Rangers, I'm going to say it, they're in trouble. Because Asaduzzaman is gone. He's the guy who can turn the game around, and he is done. His evening is over. So Zinkas in again. Cracking delivery. First up to the batsman. Straight through him. Didn't really know much about that. Just want to go back to that catch we saw before and that get around that Ghosh received from his teammates. That shows the spirit of the Porto Wanderers, and it is absolutely electric out there when they take a wicket. They're very positive. They're very chatty. Again, straight through him. Wow. That's just happening too often. The Rangers here, they're bottling it, absolutely bottling it. Dot ball after dot ball. Now that Mohammad Asaduzzaman is gone, it's they're in trouble. And I got to say, it could be a real problem here. Oh, see, that's me looking at the... this is Ghosh batting. I'm sorry, folks. That's me looking at the wrong list. It was Umar Gill. Apologies to Umar Gill, who took that lovely catch. Not Ghosh. I'm really sorry about that, folks. Umar Gill with a lovely catch in the get-around. Well deserved, too. So now I can say, oh my gosh, that's a third dot ball that's gone through him. Hand on hips, looking down at the ground as though he's blaming the pitch. And he probably needs to look somewhere else. Oh my gosh. Come on, Ghoshi. That's what they're saying in the dugout over on the left-hand side of the screen. Saying, come on, Ghoshi. Bat on ball. Well, he gets a wide, but he doesn't get any bat on ball. So the Rangers' run chase here is stagnating. I'll tell you what, I may have to pull out the crash cart soon. I'm nervous. Nervous for the Rangers. They really need to get a win here to be still part of this Group B competition. I feel that if they don't get a win here, they're going to slip behind. That is a nick, and that is caught behind. And Ghosh has gotten a fourth ball derrick, and the Rangers slump further down into the abyss. That's a great delivery. John Zinkas is on here. He's on with the bowling. He's only got one more ball to come in this over, but he's got 2 for 8. He's bowling beautifully. This over has been fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. 16 for 3. We still haven't finished the power play. This will be the last ball of the power play, last ball of the third. That 122 is looking like the Mount Everest of chasers. John Gray with the quip of the evening. Will it be a walk in the park for the Wanderers? I reckon it will. I like the pun, though. So they eventually decide to take a run. This is Siddiqui who's come in. He just bunts it down the ground and no one picks it up until late. And he says, yes, let's go through for that single. So Rahman and Siddiqui are out there. They are the new batsmen. They're both new batsmen. And Zinkas has taken 2 in that over. 2 for 9 from his 2 overs. Great return from the bowler there. All right, let's have a look at the tower block situation. Well, the Rangers, that tower block situation is, it hasn't started being built yet. But if you had a look at if you just managed to pause it and had a quick look at the one for the Porto Wanderers, blink if you blink, you'll miss it. But when it does appear on the screen, you can see there they had a lot of very positive overs in the teens. Nothing really big, no magical overs, just good high teens, mid and high teen overs. But geez, you would take that, wouldn't you? That's a ball that goes good bouncer, sort of over the shoulder, but it slowly goes over the shoulder. And that is your bouncer for the evening. Steve McVeigh with a lovely one there. Yes, he's got him hook, line, and zinkus. You've nailed that one, Steve. You absolutely nailed that one. That's just bunted forward. Great work in the covers to get across and stop that getting through. Very good work indeed. I think that's a Bugger Hadawaj there in the covers. Moved across very quickly and cut off any chance of a single. That's a strange old bit of evasive move there from the batsman, Siddiqui. I didn't really understand. I need to see that one again. How do you read this? Let's have a look. He's plumb in front and he's put the bat behind him. That's a strange LBW. But it's LBW. He's definitely legged before. Not sure I've seen something like that before. Did he sort of forget which side the bat goes on of his body? Because the bat came down on the ground, but behind his right leg, as opposed to behind his left leg. Yeah. The Wanderers are all over this. The Rangers are in all sorts of trouble. I mean, they're not just in all sorts of trouble. They are absolutely staring into the abyss here. They're going to go down with 4 losses from 4 games, and that Super 5 opportunity for them is looking like a long, long, long way away. Anyway, Kazim Ahmad is the successful bowler here in this over. He's bowling very well too. So Rangers need 68 or 38 for a point. They need to be hitting it just around about 11 and over to score that. And at the moment, they're not even close to doing 11 and over. And the dot balls are now coming thick and fast, as it is Ramon who joins Rahman. And we've got one more to go for the 4th. And I really feel that the Rangers, this could be the end of the Rangers campaign here pretty much. They would finish 4 matches, and they only get 8 matches here. And stumps Akimbo, as Chris Smith has said already in this match, and as I've already said too, we're going to say it again. And, Kazim Ahmad hits the timber, and the Wanderers, they are wandering their way towards a very big win here, and I mean a properly big win. It's 17 for 5, it's 4 overs gone. The Rangers look absolutely shell-shocked, and they've just been dominated. Not sure what's happened here, but they just don't seem to have the firepower at all. They're struggling. Steve McVeigh is in good form tonight. Not the time for bringing out the trick shots. Haha. Oops, sorry for the typo. I think I do get that. I think that's quite clever. Well done, Steve. Give you another point for that one. And that's gone straight in the air. It's every chance that this will be caught the way the luck's running for the Wanderers. Oh, it's just bobbled out of the hands. And that has gone for 4. Everything's going the Wanderers' way tonight. I actually, for a moment, I just thought, yeah, he's going to catch this. Of course he will. That's Umar Gill. He took a fantastic diving catch not too long ago. And to dismiss very dangerous Mohammed Azaduzzaman. So there's no reason to think he wouldn't catch that. Tejpreet Singh is the new bowler. Forgot to mention him. He's come on. Helps it almost into the wicketkeeper's gloves as it doesn't go anywhere. Just bobbles on the offside. Yeah, I get the feeling the Rangers' night is pretty much done now. 64 from 34 to get a point. And 101 runs in 5 overs and a bit to win the game. Well, he tries to tee off there. That was a dead set golf shot. Absolutely, just driving off the first tee after you've had a couple of warm-up beers with your mates. You go out to that first tee. Yeah, watch this. Bowler in again. Well, tries to help it on its way towards third man, maybe for a boundary or a single, and succeeds in nothing. Another dot. Great bowling here. Very good bowling. John Gray with another good comment there, heading for an octopus with 2 4-pointers in the same evening. They certainly are. There's some contact that's heading out towards the boundary. It's going to split the field, 4 runs. Well, there's finally something that's going to go positive for the Rangers. And Rahman has teed off successfully and has got it right between 2 fielders on the very square boundary over there on the leg side. Good shot. Singh strays ever so slightly and he gets punished. Rahman goes to 8 from 7. And he chases the wide one. Pleads with the umpire to give that a wide. It wasn't over the tram line. It wasn't past the tram line. You can't keep complaining about those. Get on with the batting. 25 for 5. 5 overs gone. Singh finishes with 8 off that first over and finishes with a dot ball as well. So 60 needed from 30 for the Rangers to pick up a single point. And as I said, the win is looking unlikely. You've only got 5 overs. And you need to score 97 runs, and you've only got scored 25 from the first 5 overs. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that that's a foregone conclusion. Mathematically, it can be done. Mathematically, you can do many things. Praveen Prakash says, today is my birthday, with love hearts in his eyes. Is it, Praveen? In that case, happy birthday. Tucked around the corner, went a bit squarer than he wanted it. Deep square leg comes in and fields the ball. And Noman, who is the new batsman with that previous dismissal, just gets off the mark with a single. Only a single, though. Harry Cox now with the duty with the ball. Good delivery. Again, we've got the batsman chasing wide outside the off stump. It's short, it's climbing, and they can't connect. And that's sadly been the story of the Rangers this evening. Harry Cox not afraid to dangle it out there for the batsman. Says, if you're good enough, slams it down, miss hit, and the fielder has to come in off the boundary line to field that one. Just a complete total miss hit. You probably could hear the way that sound that came off the bat, and it just speared up in the air and dropped down in what would have been a regulation mid-wicket catch. Harry now in again. Just tucked around the corner. That'll be Umar Gill patrolling the bench down there. Picks up well. Gets the throw in really quickly as well. Good work down there. Generous applause from his bowler too. Score is 28 for 5. 2 more balls to come in. This is the 6th over. Rangers needs 57 from 26 to pick up a point. That's just going to be one single solitary point. The win is definitely gone. Not going to happen. And that's been pushed out a bit too wide by Cox. Harry in again. That's gone leg side for a wide. Collected by the keeper. Good work to get there. Unsided for a second. That's a couple of wides back to back there from Harry. Needs to work on that radar. There you go. All the Blue Spanner crew getting in behind Praveen, wishing him a birthday. That's the kind of mob we are. We're a good bunch here. It's a better delivery. Dot ball. Good ball. That is. I heard someone in the field say, Harry, great response. Totally agree. You bowl a couple of wides, then you put one on the money like that, and it's a dot ball. Well bowled. Last ball of the over coming up. Last ball of the 6th. Swing and a miss. Puts everything behind it. The kitchen sink, the laundry sink, the bathroom sink, and he doesn't connect. And stars in his eyes, but that's all because it's 30 for 5 after 6. And no man, as has been stated in the chat by John Gray, he is in no man's land. Just can't connect, and that is a sorry sight in anyone's language. I'm sorry, Rangers, but that is there's not many highlights there. Rahman is batting currently at third. He's got 9 from 12. Extras are 12. 30 for 5 after 6. And a few derricks in there, and not a lot to write home about, unfortunately. Rangers, it just hasn't been your night again. And Umar Gill is given the ball. See what he can do. Starts with a dot. 55 needed from 23 balls to score a single solitary bonus point here. Can still be done, but there's a lot of work there for the Rangers. And on current form, with 5 wickets down, oh, they're struggling. It's just a bit straight of that one and tucked away on the onside for just a single. So Umar Gill bowling pretty well for his team, keeping his captain happy. And I think that's what you need to do. 31 for 5. Rangers stagnant. Yeah, it gets him swinging. Again, this cross bat sort of approach, I'm not sure about that. When you're desperate to get out of a hole and it's just a swing and hope, swing and hope. And if you watch back the Porto Wanderers innings, you'll see that sort of thing didn't happen, and that's why they've got the score on the board, and that's why the Rangers don't. Well, he's got the bat on that. It has skied up in the air, and it's been taken well. Fielder had to make a little bit of ground. He's pouched it. They're holding their catches too, the Wanderers. They've got a very good fielding team. I think he's taken the grass out of his fingers. Looks like he's picking the grass out. So, Rahman, he had to stretch for that one, but it's been taken. Knee goes into the ground. If anything, I was worried about him buckling his knee. But, no, he's okay. And that is John Zinkas, who can't stay out of the game. Taking a very good outfield catch. That is 6 down now. Rahman is on his way. 31 for 6. Still a couple more to come in this, the 7th over. Chip Denny, it's asking, has the car started? Oh, I'd say it started. I reckon it has. I'm pretty sure someone had the car keys in their hand about, or at least an over ago, maybe even over and a half ago. I think just before the end of the 5th trip, I think that's when I was thinking, surely someone's got the keys. Has anyone got the tingle? If so, you better go see a doctor because it's got nothing to do with the golden ball. It's just tucked away, fine. Feels them down there. Collects. Just the one. Gill enjoying the success of a very good outfield catch, and now he's picked up a wicket here with the bowling. He's got one more to come. This has been a really good over. He's got 1 for 2. Bowler in. Swing and a miss, but that is definitely pushed wide. Just a bit too wide. So 53 needed from 19 for the Rangers to pick up a point. That's not looking good, especially when you've got 33 and you've taken almost 7 overs to get that 33 runs. Batsman goes for a walk and a swing, and that will finish the 7th over. 33 for 6 after 7. That's a wonderful over from Umar Gill. Goes together with the catch he took in the outfield. He's put in a good effort for his Porto Wanderers team, and the Porto Wanderers are looking pretty good right now, you'd have to say. Looking pretty good. Looks like Harry Cox is going to get his 2nd over as well. So, 8th over now coming. 52 needed off 18 for a point. It's good to see the chat having a really good, enjoyable night tonight. Lovely stuff. Starts with a very big, wide ball there. Try to give it maybe a little bit too much extra hot sauce. And the hot sauce got spilled. Doesn't necessarily have to be too fast. Shadad Hossain is facing the music. He's on 1. Well, that is unfortunately a wide ball as well. Only just wide, but still nonetheless, he's flirted too much with that tram line and paying the penalty. Bowler in. And he's gone a bit too wide now. Just gets away from the keeper. And they've got protection down there at fine leg. Come and pick that up. So Harry Cox, let's try and get this one on the money. We've had 3 wides in a row. Hat-trick of wides. I think that was a bit of a crowd catch, that one. It's a very good fielding out there. Went pretty quick. Yeah, I think some of the fielders thought that was a catch. I was pretty sure that was a bump ball. Anyway, Naman is on 3, 37 for 6. Just started the 8th. Bends the back, and unfortunately Harry's losing his way here a bit. Just losing his way ever so slightly. The radar has gone a little bit skew-iff. Needs to bring it back here. Oh, just keeps it out. That was a much straighter delivery. Well bowled. So, just looking at all the guys in the chat. Chris Ward, Trip Denny, Steve McVeigh, John Gray. Kev's in there as well. I saw Rob Thompson was in there as well. Having a bit of fun there with some of the others who turn up in our chat, like I Like Naps and a couple of other people there. Having a good talk about starting the car and a couple of music jokes in there as well. Good to see. And a few good puns coming out of that group of people. Always put a smile on my face. And hopefully put a smile on yours as well if you're reading the chat. And thanks for sticking with us. This match is unfortunately sort of drawing to a bit of an obvious conclusion. The dot balls are mounting. The score is only mounting in accordance with those dot balls. There's been not a lot of contact with the bat. And I think the Rangers here in Group B are going to be languish on the bottom of the standings again. And they might stay there for pretty much the whole of the week. They just don't look like they've got the kind of firepower that can keep up with these teams. So what I'm expecting, without preempting too much, is the Porto Wanderers will go for 2 wins. They still might pick up a bonus point. Actually, they won't get a bonus point, will they? No, what are you talking about, Phil? Of course they could. They get a bonus point. And if they do, they will go top of the table. How about that? They turn up today and bang, they're straight at the top of the table. Anyway, they've still got a bit to do. This over from Harry Cox has taken a while, but a few wide deliveries. Well, that's gone aerial, and that's going to be cut off. Good work from the field down there to make sure it doesn't get anywhere near the boundary. Lovely throw into the keeper as well, keeping the batsman honest. Good work. Praveen Prakash, long over, I feel sleepy. I don't think you're the Lone Ranger there, Praveen, with that comment. Not one bit. 41 for 6. Last ball of the 8th coming up. Swing and a miss. Goes for a big hit downtown and ends up getting nothing from nothing. That will conclude Harry's over. That over did take a little while. There's several wides there. Had to be rebowled. The extra score is probably going to be the top score of the night. I think that's probably fair comment. But I can tell you now for sure that the Rangers are definitely not going to get the win tonight. Look how far below. That run rate graph is a story, isn't it? It's almost the diametric opposite of where the run rate for the Porto Wanderers was. So, new bowler coming in. This is Kazim Ahmad. Bowling some of that medium pace, slow to medium pace. Gentle little run in, nothing to express. And the final sort of movement of the arm coming over, just a nice pace. And it's a pace at which the batsman isn't used to, because that's 2 dot balls. Good accurate bowling here. Noman is struggling. He's got 4 from 12. He just can't get bat on ball. He's going to have to spend some time in the nets, I think, between this game and the next game for the Rangers. If he's going to come in and bat in the middle order, he's got to do a bit better than have all these dot balls going past. Steve McVeigh with another good one there. Based on this over, this Cox would struggle to steer a boat straight. Nice. I'm also very glad that the chat is keeping everything strictly PG. Thank you for that. It's appreciated. Bowler in again. Bit of a charge and a big miss. This over's getting through pretty quick, I have to say. This is the 9th. 44 for 6 in the 9th. You're chasing 122. You need 85 for a bonus point, and that is simply not happening. And I get the feeling that when Mohammed went out, Asad Usman went out, that was it. The Rangers challenge was all completely gone. Shout for LB, given out. Play back. Oh, Umar Gill's done himself a bit of a mischief out there in the outfield. He's just jumping a little bit gingerly there. What's he done? I don't know if we're going to see that again. Just keep an eye on him. He's just stretching that left leg. Did he take the ball to the knee or something? Is that what happened? No, I think just awkward, maybe just a slight hyperextension of the knee just as he went down to pick up that ball and maybe it went a little bit sideways. Hope he's okay. Hope it's nothing. 44 for 7. The LB was definitely there. I know that the camera panned away, but that's okay. It was LB. It was given. It looked out. Looked plumb. And there we go. I like Knapp saying, what if the rest of the balls are sixes? There are 8 balls left in this match, so 6 8s of 48. That would get them to 92. And if that happens, well, I'll eat my hat live on air. And that's a dot ball. And I think that pretty much puts that to bed. Yeah. If all the rest of the balls were sixes, let me just address that seriously. I like Naps. Yeah, if all the rest of the balls were sixes, then yes, fair enough. But then I would also be worried about the coming of the apocalypse, because surely that would be one of the signs. If the Rangers suddenly could hit everything over the fence for the rest of this match, that would surely be one of the 7 signs of the coming apocalypse and the end of everything as we know it. But it's not going to happen because it's the end of the 9th. It's 44 for 7, and we are 1 over away from this game coming to an end. Kazim Ahmad with amazing economy rates. He's got 3 for 3, including a maiden. Yes, that was a maiden. And his previous over was a maiden, and just from his 2 overs, lovely bowling. Very lovely bowling. He's bowling incredibly well tonight. As picked out by Praveen Prakash, who mentions that. Good line and length. Totally agree. He bowled very well. And he's not express. That's the thing. It's just proper line and length and using the bounce to his advantage. Clever bowling. And start with a wide. And this is Pasindu who's going to bowl the last over. Captain said, you know what, you haven't done much in this game. Why don't you do this? Bowl the 10th. He's giving his right shoulder a bit of a work over. I hope he hasn't done anything wrong there. Giving himself a mischief maybe. Pasindu. Abaga Harawaj. Bends the back and puts a wide down on the track. So, on the one hand, while it's nice that he gets a bowl, he needs to listen to his skipper. Maybe even slow it down a bit and just get it on the track. And don't give away these unnecessary wides. 75 needed from 6 to win. It's looking unlikely. Looking quite unlikely. Christopher Ward, he's in the car, he's honking the horn. Nice one, Chris. Well, that's hit something. This is this is something that we always talk about, the pitch here. It does have a very unpredictable bounce. Have a look at this one take off. It was not given wide. It was obviously it went high, but it was already past the batsman before it would have gone over his head height. So bowler in again. That's a better delivery. Much better. Seems to have got his right line there. Actually, it's true. Steve McVeigh points out the car left ages ago. Look, I think the car's already gone in the block. In fact, it's already down at the shopping mall picking up the groceries, and we're still sitting here watching the cricket. So there's that. Oh, hits him almost in line. Umpire agrees. He says, yes, absolutely. He says, I tell you what, Pasindu, Abagaharawaj, I'm going to give you a wicket because that is plumb as you like. He had a couple of wides to start with, but now he's bowling straight, and that is 8th wicket done. Skipper Chambers up there having a chat with him, saying, good, this is what we need. Good big win here. Praveen leaves the chat. Good night. See you tomorrow. Yes, we'll see you tomorrow. Been wonderful having you here. Triff also, cheers. Hope you see you here tomorrow as well. It's been a good day. And the Porto Wanderers have stamped a big, big mark on this Group B and said, hey, I know we're the last team to front up here, but don't you even forget about us. This is a big message to the Coimbra Knights and to Oares that they are here to play, and they're looking sharp, looking good. That's gone straight up in the air. Who wants this? Chambers wants it. Oh, and he's grasped it. He had it right into the hand. He couldn't hold on to it. It's a sharp chance. It was in the air for a long, long time. You got the light towers to contend with. You got a little bit of moisture around the air as well now, and that took a long time to come down. Last ball of the Rangers innings. No, it's a wide. It's not going to be the last ball. How many times do they do that to me? I like naps. Rangers need to strengthen their batting lineup. Totally agree. Cheers, Trip. Thanks for joining us again. We'll see you very shortly. See you tomorrow, I hope. You take care now. Trip Denny leaving the chat. And that is the game. 10 overs bowled, 49 for 8 is where the Rangers end up. They were unable to get the 50, unable to get the bonus point, and unable to get the win. Obviously, the win is by 72 runs. The Porto Wanderers with a big, big win here. Massive boost to their net run rate. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that means they'll pick up a bonus point as well. This should put them on top of the Group B standings, as I see it. Might not. We'll see. We'll see. But that is the game done and dusted. So the match is done. That is match 26, Rangers versus Porto Wanderers. The Porto Wanderers get 2 for 2 tonight in a clinical display in both matches against the team that was just not up to scratch. And unfortunately, that's going to be the Rangers done. I get the feeling that now the Rangers have played 4 games. They've only got 4 more games to play. That's pretty much going to be their campaign done in this European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal. Have a look at that scorecard. Well, extras 27, outstanding work from the extras. That is actually a lot of wides when you consider that Porto Wanderers did not bowl that many wides in the previous game. Things were getting a bit maybe bowlers getting a little bit tired, getting a bit wayward, adjusting the eyes to the lights conditions and things like that. That is a lot of wides, 25 wides in total, and it was the top score. We had 7 bowlers tonight, and, most of them picked up a wicket. Tajpreet Singh only bowled 1 over for 8. He didn't get a wicket, and Harry Cox bowled 2, didn't get a wicket. He got a few wides, though. And the rest of the bowlers all chipped in with wickets. And our pick for the bowler tonight would have to be Kazim Ahmad. Yes, it would be 3 for 3 from 2. Wonderful stuff there. Mohammed Asaduzzaman, he got 3 for 23 in the Porto Wanderers innings, which that wonderful innings by Anthony Chambers and the great partnership he had with Felix Hall set that up for them. And the Rangers just couldn't get runs on the board. They couldn't get a good partnership together, and they struggled. For the whole 10 overs, they struggled. So the Porto Wanderers, they do beat the Rangers by 72. It ended up being quite easy, this win. Quite clinical as well. I can see people in the chat all starting to drop out now. Thank you to everyone in the chat. I can see Rob Thompson saying cheers. Exciting back tomorrow. Yep. I hope to see you back tomorrow. And obviously Kroom will see you tomorrow as well. John Gray, Christopher Ward. I like naps. Thanks for joining us today. Sarah D was in the chat there for a while too. Good to see you, Sarah. But thanks to everybody. And I hope we'll see you here tomorrow. So there it is. There's the match summary. Not a good bit of reading for the Rangers, and they're going to have to really have a think about what they're going to do for the rest of this competition. They faced the Coimbra Knights on Friday night, lost the 2 matches. They've now played the Porto Wanderers, lost these 2 matches, so they've got a couple of games coming up against the Fighters, and then they've got a couple of games coming up against, who am I forgetting there? Oares. So yep, the Rangers are definitely up against it, and I'm not sure they're going to have enough power to take over Oares, that's for sure. So they're probably going to look at the games against the Fighters and say, well, we need to go with them. We need to come together and really do something about that game. The Porto Wanderers, though, well, they've played 2 fantastic matches here tonight and done extremely well. And they have picked up 2 good wins, and that's how it looks. So join me tomorrow for matches 27 and 28. I can tell you who's playing tomorrow night. It will be the return of the Coimbra Knights against the Fighters. So the first match starts at 5:30 local time. So have a check and see what time that is where you are living in the world. That is pretty much GMT. Yeah. John Gray. Another good job from Fu. I think you meant me, I'm sure. Oh, you did. Yeah, I just saw it pop up now. Yep, me. Okay. Yes, so we've got Coimbra Knights and Fighters tomorrow night starting at 5:30. Second match starts at 7:45. T10 action coming your way, and we hope you can tune in then. Don't forget, Group B continues through next week until Saturday, and then we'll have a look and see who is the top 5 teams from the 2 groups. Obviously, the top 2 from the Group A and Group B, and then the best placed team of the rest of the teams will then create the Super 5, and the Super 5 battle will start on Sunday, June the 2nd, with Vinny, Sandu, Mr. Maximo, and myself here on comms. I'll actually have someone next to me to talk to. That'll be lovely. I mean, I don't mind talking to the chat. I love talking to the chat. You guys are awesome. But Vinny will be here with me on that Sunday. And then I will depart and I'll hand over proceedings to Vinny to take you through the Super 5 and then all the way through to the finals on Friday, June 7th. It's going to be good stuff. Next week is going to be good. And don't forget, tomorrow, the England ECS kicks off. Please tune into that. You're going to love that. It's going to be brilliant stuff. First time ECN's been in England for a series, and I think it's come to you from Wimbledon. So please tune into that. I'll be tuning into that. And I want to give a shout out today to Danny Hudacek, who did the comms down there in Romania for the Continental Cup for the finals, the bronze final and the grand final. And congratulations to Hungary for picking up the win in the final. Very well played for Hungary. But yeah, Danny, good work on the comms there. I was on there on Friday, but I couldn't get on yesterday, and I was a bit busy today. But you did a great job. Thank you so much, and look forward to catching up with you in Prague when I'm back. And of course, a shout out to Vinny and Corey for the work in Netherlands, and Charlie and Rico in Estonia. Anyway, enough of that from me. I'm waffling. I'm going to say goodnight now, and I hope to see you all here tomorrow here for the European Cricket Series at night in Portugal at the lovely Miranda de Covo Estadio Municipal. And until then, keep safe and keep smiling. You've been watching the European Cricket Series at night in Portugal, and this is European Cricket Network. Phil G saying good night. Keep safe. See you tomorrow. Cheers.